Hello and welcome to KSP with Moon, the Kerran Empire. And our first person in the comments, we have Space Bean. Welcome back. Looks like you were in first. Little earlier than I was anticipating, but that's awesome. I'm going to really start trying to consistently stream about this time, at least for a few hours. I am currently getting things set up, starting with the link to the Discord. So you yourself can join the Kerran Empire and compete in challenges to show just how amazing you are. In addition, you'll be able to post screenshots, ask questions, and learn a lot about space history. Let's see here. Going to the Discord now. Kerran Empire. We are going to copy the link. And we are now going to go to... You added a new emoji in the Discord. Awesome. I look forward to seeing it. I am not a PC person, so I'm not. I didn't even know you could make emojis and add them, but that's awesome. Okay, going to my own stream. There it is. Going to my own stream. Oh god. You know I'm gonna get a better mic someday. Oh, hello, VDW. Good to see you. Okay. Almost ready. And VDW says, I really can't stay though. You need to stream earlier. You know what? VDW, I would stream earlier. And when I can quit having to go work a job in the daytime and dedicate myself fully to Kerbal and video games and my music and my art, then absolutely I will stream earlier. I will wake up in the morning, put on coffee, hop my ass into my chair, and just lay it all out for you wonderful, wonderful people. Absolutely. And if anybody now or in the future comes across this video and wants to adopt me, by all means, please do. Please do. I don't need much. Just maybe $100,000. Let me get everything set up, and I promise we're going to show dividends. But until then, I am unfortunately locked into the daily grind cycle. But I'm going to try to consistently try to be on at least about this time, and sometimes on the weekends you can definitely count me on sooner. Let's see here. So let me get that. So that's pinned. Bread and water in a room under my eaves. Okay, I'm gonna get my music going again. As usual, if anybody else in the chat has Spotify, you are welcome to join the session and even add your own music to the queue as well. We can all listen to it at the same time. So let's see here. If I hate it, I'll skip it, but I haven't even had to skip anything yet. So, okay, connecting to my console. I think I'm going to start us off with the Interstellar soundtrack tonight. Okay, posting the link. Start jam. Share the link. Copy the link. Go back to the tube. Okay. Ah, shit. Okay. Well, VDW, gangster rap, not my strongest suit, but that just means there's gonna be a lot of songs that I haven't heard before. Okay. Oops. Come on. Already messing up here. And before we get started, there's something that I wrote today that I want to share with all of you. It's my hope that more people will hear this. I also posted it to Facebook and TikTok, but I wrote something today that, oh my God, select all, delete. Okay. But I wrote something today. So pay attention. I have always viewed true art to be a manifestation of a cut mind, the aching, bleeding, lingering hurt that only the human condition can experience. To create art is to transmute this pain, a clot of the mind bled from your mind into the physical world. It's how we share ideas, it's how we convey emotions across ages and language barriers. Art in all forms could heal the world. Make something, pour your emotions into something, and mold your pain into something beautiful and share it with the world. And I do mean that. So, to get started tonight, very successfully developed the multi-satellite vector. Probably the most successful SSTO I have ever made. It's very pretty, right? It's very pretty. A little bit too pretty, but let's see here. Thank you, VDW. I actually do write poetry. Perhaps I will read some tonight. If we get over 10 viewers at one time, I will read one of my poems. Promise. It is. It is a form of art. Making music, making spaceships, drawing, editing together videos, creating stories for your Kerbals, writing Kerbal fan fiction, right? Crafting, writing. It's all art. Twin, what day can I appear? Hey Jeb, how you doing? Who are you talking to? Okay, so here we have the MSV2E. We developed this over the course of 8 hours yesterday. You're asking if you can come onto the stream? Did you have? Hey Void, good to see you. Did you? I mean, yeah. Let's get into this and absolutely. I actually started working on a list of questions that I wanted to present to you. So yeah, we'll not right now. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Got to get the music going. Hold on, I haven't even started the music yet. Shit, that link might have gone bad. I'm distracting myself. Okay. Oh no, we got somebody here. There we go. We're starting tonight off with the Interstellar Motion Picture soundtrack. It's a great soundtrack, honestly. All right, so this craft, as you know, is SSTO and fully capable of relanding itself. We perfected the flight profile. Well, mostly perfected the flight profile last night. I need to reduce this to 100. I know that. So we should be good. I'm going to launch this one up just so we can pick up where we left off. It's just smooth up, deploy, come down. I think we have at least one satellite mission we need to do. But tonight we are launching the KS-1, the foundations of our grand orbital space station that will serve as the first step into towards the stars. And I'm very excited for you guys to be here for that. Very excited for you guys to be here for that. You know me, I'm kind of stingy with my clipping, right? Like I'll do it for some, usually for wings or anything that's not holding fuel. Yeah, you know me. I have a very specific aesthetic that I go for. You don't have to do that, right? You build to your heart's content. I think this is absolutely gorgeous. I really do. And I look forward to developing this further. We are going to make a variant of this lineage, the MSV lineage, that's going to be purpose built for transporting crew and tourists to KS-1. Now, I imagine. Hey, Solar, how you doing? Is that what I'm gonna call? Is that what we call you, Solar? Because I'll call you Solar. Well, Sikar, he was on last night. He's from Jordan, if I recall correctly. So we're gonna launch this up, but we're going to develop a few branches to this lineage, right? So obviously this one is the satellite carrier, right? These little probes. Anywhere we take this, we can launch out for. I'm confident that we can use this to put a little array, a communications array around both Moon and Minmus, right? Confidently. And just because this ship itself cannot directly reach Moon or Minmus, we can easily strap it to a fucking SRB and launch her into the sky. I also have plans for development of our first permanent presence spaceship. But step one, we're going to launch this. Step two, we're going to launch up the foundations of the KS-1. It's going to, I'm aiming for 150,000 meters, but we might raise it 150,000 meters, but I might raise that. But then we're going to take this ship and we are going to build a variant of it that's purpose built for moving people instead of cargo. And that is going to shuttle both crew and tourists from the surface of KERBIN to KS-1, where it can reside on KS-1 until it needs to return crew back down. So not all of our tourist contracts are going to be launch them, take them there, and bring them back. The contract times are pretty lengthy, so I imagine eventually we're going to have a constant stream of tourists who want to go places, and we will move them to different places in pursuit, along in hand with the science and everything that we're doing. So, without further ado, let's launch the MSV-2E, the final form of this craft. This is officially a craft of the Kerran Empire. So here we go. Who's gonna fly today? Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, if you want Jebediah to be the pilot, press 1. If you want Valentina to be the pilot, press 2. If you're crazy and want to see me struggle without any sort of means of SAS, press 3 for Jeslyn. That's 1 vote for Valentina. Press 1 for Jebediah. That's 1 vote for Jeb. Press 2 for Valentina. And press 3 for Jeslyn. Oh, VDW and Void both voted. Okay, it looks like Jebediah. Okay. And Valentina, you can come too. All right, Jebediah, Mission Commander. Let's launch. For those of you just joining this, I have posted the Spotify session to the comments. If you scroll up just a little bit, you can find that. You're welcome to hop in and hear the music as we hear it, as we're doing it. Currently, we are listening to the Interstellar soundtrack, but you are more than welcome to add a song to the queue. Mission Control, this is MSV2. On landing, preparing for launch of payload into orbit to expand our communications array, requesting permission to take off. Copy that. Go for flight. Engines throttling up. Brakes released. We'll see you soon, Tower. Thank you very much. I also think she's pretty. As far as SSTOs that are pretty aerodynamic, this is probably one of my favorites. VDW, 4 minutes, you gotta at least see the payload launch. Well, if you gotta go, you gotta go, I understand. But I am so grateful that you stopped in. I do apologize that you missed you're gonna miss the stream. I think I'll add a channel to our Kerran Empire Discord, which I know that you're part of. I think I'll add a channel to that, specifically linking to streams and days. I'll probably delegate that task to somebody else. That way it's easy to go back, find the exact video. Eventually, I'll have people who are so, passionate about what we do here, they'll want to edit highlight reels from my videos, which would be fucking fantastic. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But yes, we will find a way to make sure that you at least get links to the streams and maybe even highlights to them. So long. MSV2 reaching altitude 10,000 meters, surface speed relative 750 meters per second, angle at roughly 25 degrees. Speed approaching 1,000 meters per second, preparing for air-breathing engine cutoff. All systems nominal. And engine cutoff. Switching to oxidizer breathing engines. Bringing up maneuver calculations. Apoapsis is currently set 42,000. Proceeding to increase apoapsis to 100,000. Current altitude at 36,000 meters and climbing. All systems nominal. Current speed, orbital 1,700 meters per second. Altitude 43,000. Apoapsis reading 70,000 and increasing. 80,000, increasing. 90,000, preparing for main engine cutoff. Main engine cutoff. Current speed, 2,050 meters per second. MSV2 to Kerran Central Command. All systems nominal. Proceeding to apoapsis. Current altitude 64,000. Permission to leave atmosphere. Lights on for maximum cinematic value. We have officially left atmosphere. All systems nominal. Copilot reads nominal. Proceeding to apoapsis. Two, one. Firing main engines. Normalizing orbit. Periapsis reading at 70,000. Climbing. Negative. 0. Climbing. Orbit normalized. MSV-2 mission control. We have reached our designated orbit. Requesting permission to deploy payload. Copy that. Deploying payload in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Payload 2 away. Payload 3 away. Payload 4 away. MSV-2 mission control. Satellites A through D. All systems reading nominal. Antennas and solar arrays extended. Orbit stable. Proceeding to re-entry point. Estimated time to re-entry maneuver, 24 minutes. Listen, we put a lot of money into our communications. But I can look like this if you want me to. Table, oh no. It's okay. This is just the preamble to what we're doing tonight. Table, we're launching our space station, the first part of it. MSV-2 mission control. All systems nominal. Preparing for re-entry. Orienting craft, retrograde. MSV-2 mission control. We are oriented retrograde. Engaging re-entry burn in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Burn successful. Remaining fuel levels. Oxidizer 1724. Liquid fuel 153 units remain. Orienting radial in for re-entry. Deploying plasma brakes. Proceeding to atmosphere. Altitude set at 66,000 meters and falling. Orbital speed 2,075 in climbing, switching to surface relative speed, 18,000 meters per second, and climbing. 60,000. Now playing on Moon's Tunes, Collective Consciousness by Jimmy Necco. Maniac Agenda Mix. Sometimes you wish you could speed a stream up. Plasma brakes active. Surface relative speed set. Reading 18,000 and dropping. All systems nominal. Heat shows okay. Deactivating plasma brakes. Orienting prograde. Altitude 29,000 and dropping. Surface relative speed 1,500 meters per second. Proceeding to Kerbal Space Center. Kerran Command. Flight control retained. Reigniting air-breathing engines. All 3 engines, okay. Approaching landing. MSV-2 to tower. We are coming home. Requesting permission to land on runway A. Copy tower, proceeding to runway. All systems nominal. Cutting engines. Deploying air brakes. Braking successful. Speed 250 and dropping. Gear out. Preparing for touch. Brakes in. Drogues out. Activating brakes. Touchdown confirmed. MSV-2 mission successful. Sikar, you're new here, so it's okay. But actually, the role of mission control belongs to one of our members in the Discord. That you'll see them as Space Bean Man in the chat. So when I speak asking for mission control, if Bean is in the chat, if Bean is in the chat, I'm usually speaking to him directly. But I love the enthusiasm. Table. Copy that. Proceeding to hangar. Maybe. I don't know if I can do that. We haven't done that yet. This is ground control to Major Tom. Everything's okay. And we didn't explode the spaceship today. And we are taxiing back to the hangar. Because why not? We've come this far. Oh, we got fuel. We still got 27 units of liquid fuel. We're good. We can operate on 1%, or on 1%. Table. Refer to me as Moon. Or Emperor Moon if you're feeling frisky and feelicious. Loyal. For what this craft does and its purpose, I think it has just the perfect amount of fuel. I'm unsure. Beep beep, open up. If only it did. You know, someday someone will make the game we all want. Recover vessel. That was a very successful mission. What you didn't see is the 8-hour stream last night of perfecting that, um, and all the streams before that for its predecessors. But that was a good one for sure. What are our current missions? Position satellite in polar orbit of KERBIN and build a new orbital station. So let's take one of our newly deployed satellites. And I think tonight, in honor of one of our newest members, Sikar Solis, we are going to name our next satellite after you. Currently have the KR-1 Grateful Jeb, MSV-2 Kexplorer-1, the MSV-2 Kaputnik. So we are going to grab a satellite, put it into orbit, and we're going to name it after you. Honor a member of the Kerran Empire until they fix Discord for you and where you are. So let's go. Let's grab this one. Which one? Which one is this? This one? Perfection. This is one of the ones we just launched. Absolutely. So, what would you like to name this satellite? We can name it after you directly, or you can choose the name. Sikar Orbital Satellite. All right. Sikar Orbital Satellites. Okay. I'm going to name it Sat-1 just because I like things that have numbers. Okay. Accept. Oh, that would be awesome if they did. Okay, so we want this. All right, chat. What's going to be the most fuel efficient way for me to do this? Expand the orbit and then rotate, or rotate and then expand the orbit? Rotate first. Copy that. Mission control. we are going to do just that. I think we're advanced to here. Now this is a manually controlled satellite. I don't actually know that it's going to have enough fuel to get there, but Grateful Jeb says expand first. Well, I'm going to have to go with what Mission Control said. Is it this one? Plane changes is cheapest further out. Oh. I was unaware. Well, let's do that then. Well, Bean says trust him. All right. We're gonna go with Bean. We'll do it differently next time to see if there's a difference. Because I am curious. Is that sarcasm or is that honesty? Okay, activate engine. Is it this way? No, it's the other way. Okay. Well, then let's do it Jeb's way. Okay. What is the table way? Sit there and hold my coffee? Now playing is My Way by Frank Sinatra. Great choice. Is it this way? I think it's this way. Oh, this satellite doesn't have enough fuel. That's a failure. We'll leave it in there just for you. But that's a mission failure. All right, guys. Let me see if I can get it going. I might have to drop the stream to make it work, but let's see. For anybody that has an active PlayStation Network account, you can join the audio with me here. I'm gonna have a couple guests on tonight with me. Space Bean and Void, it sounds like. Let's see here. So I've invited Bean. Now I'm gonna invite Void. Okay, there we go. All right, all right, Void, Bean, talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to check the audio levels on the stream. Hello, hello.
Yo. Bean, why are you muted?
Well, I can hear Void, but I can't hear Bean.
You can hear me.
Hello.
I can hear Bean perfectly fine.
Awesome. Can you,
The stream also hear.
Bean? Can you hear me?
I can.
All right, Bean, introduce yourself. Who are you, and what essential function do you perform for the Kerran Empire?
What do I do? I'm the fancies. I do the cool stuff.
You
That's
are
basically.
the fancies. You do the cool stuff.
I do the cool stuff. I do.
Is that like on a plaque on your desk?
Yeah. Basically, I mean, like mission control doesn't really have a job
Mission
besides.
control. Mission control. There it is. So Bean is mission control for Kerran
Yes, I
Empire.
am.
Bean has an extensive knowledge of real spaceflight history, and is always willing to regurgitate the information. I am amazed. I learned a lot actually from Bean. And Void, what is your role for the Kerran Empire?
I am the weapons development crew.
Okay. And how's that going?
It's going pretty well.
Awesome.
Speaking of which, he's been on leave for like the past month.
Hey, no, shut it.
Yeah, you lost some funds.
So I read an interesting space fact actually, Bean. I was wanting to hear from you on it. I recently learned today that I guess there was a proposed plan to launch astronauts on a flyby of Venus.
Oh, I love that. Yeah. So was that called Apollo Venus, perhaps?
Tell me about it.
Yeah, so the plan was in October, I believe, of 1973 to launch Saturn V equipped with enough oxygen, food, and just general necessities to fly by Venus within like 8 months.
I feel like that's impossible.
It's very much possible.
When were they going to? What year was this?
The proposed date was 1973 in October, the launch.
1973 flyby of Venus. Tell me, what would that mission have looked like?
So, Skylab, you should know Skylab, right?
I'm roughly familiar with Skylab. But
Okay,
tell me
so
about Skylab if it's pertinent to the story.
it is. So rundown, basically, after the Apollo funding went down, they had to make use of the workers that were still in the program to build more Saturn V's, and they did have Saturn V's in storage, but there was no more moon missions they could do. So they decided to turn the third stage, the S4B, into a space station. So they just hollowed it out and they turned it into a space station with solar panels on the sides. And then the Saturn 1B, which is like, it's like a smaller Saturn 5, would launch into orbit, rendezvous, and that they did that like 4 times. So 4 crews on Skylab. A few years later, Skylab burnt up over Australia. So that's the plan. That was what Skylab was. And so basically, Apollo Venus, you take Skylab, you make the space station part a wet lab, which is basically when you like shoot out all the fuel from the fuel stage, and then you basically inflate a habitation module inside. So
Wait, what?
it's
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
like
Explain that. Explain that to me.
you have a fuel tank, big fuel tank. You full of just get all of that out because the Saturn third stage would burn to Venus. And once all the fuel was gone and they're on a trajectory to Venus, they would inflate like a space station habitat inside the empty fuel tank.
That's sweet. We had the technology for that in 1970. What was this?
It was an idea. It's called a wet lab.
Had this been done before, or did they?
This was not no, it was never done before, but it was an idea.
Hmm.
So there's many designs for the Apollo Venus, but most of them carry out the wet lab procedure. And instead of having another vehicle dock with the Saturn V, because by that point they were expecting low funds, it would just be one big ass Saturn V launching directly to Venus.
As opposed to when you say launching directly to Venus, I mean, what would that look like?
Okay, hold on. Let me just find the launch date. Apollo Venus. It was October. Blah 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 blah. Yes, okay. Flyby to Venus, October, spacecraft 1973, 1974, using gravity assist to shorten the journey to Earth. Blah, 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 blah. Let me find the date. It's taking a little bit. Hold on. Because the information is strange. The Soviets had the same plan for that too. It was called TMK.
The Soviets were planning to do this as well.
Yeah, if their N1 succeeded, they would have done this as well.
Okay, so just for some perspective, here we are talking about sending I would assume our most successful human launching vehicle to Venus. What had we just? What's the most recent thing we had done? Like what were they? They were just using that for the moon missions, right?
Yeah, the Saturn V was a moon rocket, but just like the N1, the Saturn V could do multiple other tasks than just going to the moon.
Like,
Well, I mean, like just doing science in general outside of the Earth's sphere of influence. It was capable of doing interplanetary flybys. And the entire reason we picked Venus in the first place is because it's easier to go faster towards the sun, closer to the sun, and then head back than to burn for longer to go away from the sun to Mars. So that's why we picked Venus instead of Mars.
so what? I mean, what was the proposed plan? Like, obviously, we weren't going to land on Venus. We've never landed on Venus, right?
No. Well, actually, the Soviets did a probe landing.
Okay, so when was this probe landing?
Probe landing. That was, I believe, their names was Venera, the
Mm-hmm.
Venera program. Soviets, 1961. This is 8 years
61.
before the first moon landing.
Oh, okay,
So,
so
yeah,
they dropped that. What was it called? What was the name of the
Venera.
Venera? They dropped Venera on Venus.
Hmm.
And I mean, did it do a lot of science or
Yeah, yeah, we have pictures of Venus and audio.
really?
Yes, there's real pictures of Venus' surface taken by Venera, and there's even audio of the landing and it drilling into the surface.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, how long was it on there? I mean, Opportunity was on Mars for years, right? How long was Venera on Venus?
Wasn't it
Um,
like a few hours?
yeah, let me talk about this real quick. Venus is extremely hot. Opportunity survived on Mars because it's a cold planet. You can build stuff to withstand the cold. But Venera, though, it melted on the ground. It melted on the surface within like a few hours.
Did they know this was going to happen?
Their first landing attempt literally dissolved in the atmosphere because they deployed their parachute too early. That's how crazy it was.
Oh.
Yeah, they put it in the atmosphere, they're going, and they expected, like, Earth-like temperatures. They got to a point where it was, like, getting to 5 Gs of pressure, and something happened, they lost contact, their parachute was deployed, so they were very slow. The atmosphere is thick, so you can only imagine how slow they were going. And then they lost contact, so assuming the pressure either crushed it or the heat melted it in
Oh
the
my gosh.
middle of the sky.
The table says that he did an oopsie and Jeb is orbiting the sun. Well, technically, Jeb was already orbiting the sun, right? The day he was
Yeah.
born. I mean, so nothing wrong with that. I see no change.
See, problem with Venera program is they're kind of hard to track since the Soviets like to, if they have a failed mission, they just call it Cosmos instead of Venera.
They call it Cosmos. What is that? What do you mean?
Cosmos is like just a general designation for Soviet probes that fail, and they'd say, "Oh, this was not like an interplanetary mission. This was just Earth orbiter and shit." You know, Cosmos is a very general title.
Huh. Seems lazy, but I understand.
They wanted to hide their failures. They're very very tight when it comes to sharing with the public.
So normally at the start of a career, the main goal is reaching high space to get science. Yeah. Well, the main goal. Well, okay. So in the very beginning, you're not gonna get. I mean, a whole lot of science, but everywhere you can go, there's a science to do there. So how we started with the Kerran Empire is I literally built a craft that looked like just a cigar, and then I put a thermometer and a pressure sensor on it, and we rolled it to every location at the KSC. Because you have to understand that not only can you get science from the launch pad, you can get science from the crawlerway, and you can get science from just outside the VAB and mission control. And every little building, right, every little section of the KSC is its own place. And it seems to be the rule with KSP that if you can go there, there's a science to do there. So if you do all of those, you'll get yourself probably, what, like 50, 60 science? Each building is a biome. Yes, thank you, table. Yes, each building is a biome. Um, Now, it seems to me that the further you go away from Kerbin, the more science you get. Is that roughly how it works? Right. So you got the water science, you got the mountain science, you got the over the water science, you've got the over the mountain science. Those don't matter for altitude. It's just above. You've got the desert science, all the buildings at the desert. Well, no, just the desert runway, and there may be a couple buildings there. And then you got the island runway. That's science. I'm pretty sure there's one for the Arctic and a couple other places. You can also convert a lot of the funds income that you get from the missions, like fly here and read the temperature. You can convert those to a certain percentage to be science as well. That's how the Kerran Empire got so rich, is that we converted most of the money we were getting from just barreling buckets of tourists around orbit, over and over and over, and converting that money into science.
You know what I find funny?
What do you find funny?
With what you're saying, in theory, if you set up a satellite network all around the sun connecting back to Kerbin, no matter where your spacecraft was, if you flew directly into the sun, got science, and sent it to one of them to be relayed back to Kerbin, you could get science from that.
I don't know how long a craft can survive touching the sun.
15 billion heat shields.
Well, that's a little bit higher than I can do on here, but that sounds cool.
Alright, back on topic.
What do you mean
So,
this was on topic?
Apollo Venus, that's the entire reason here.
I'm feeling better, Moonbow. Thank you for asking.
So,
Wait, you were sick?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
It's okay.
I must have lost.
Nobody
I
loves
must
me
have
like
missed a lot of
Moonbow
things.
does.
Well, I mean, you're both known as Moon, so.
No. If anything, he's known as Bo.
I feel like I talked about Apollo Venus and mission planning.
Yes, you were. All right, so you were explaining the venereal.
Venera.
What was the what?
Venera.
Venera. You were explaining Venera, and
Yeah.
so and my question was like, okay, so the last time that anything was done on Venus or near Venus was Venera, and so
Yes.
our successful, take people to the moon project. Obviously, we wanted to go to Venus. You said Venus was technically easier to get to than Mars.
Yeah.
Okay, and much like in Kerbal Space Program, Eve is easier to get to than Duna, right? Ah, okay. Table asks, what are we trying to make? We are making the first section, the command section of KS1. It's our Kerbal Space Station. It's the Kerran Space Station 1, Imperial High Command. This is where my throne is. Not that it'll be there, but yes. So we are building the first section of Space Station for that. And then we are going to take the successful design of the MSV2. We are going to turn it into a passenger person transporter. Launch people up, get them there, and then it can return and possibly be refueled and sent to moon. So we're doing that. But the first step is to launch this into an orbit that will be obtainable by what we're building. And I'm guessing it's going to have to be probably around 150,000 to 200,000 meters. So let's add the connector.
I got the date, by the way.
All right, so yes, tell me the date.
I got the date for launch and return because they had this really well planned out. So they would launch most likely in October 31st, 1973. Venus flyby on March 3rd, 1974. And then return to Earth December 1st, 1974. So they would spend 1 year.
That's a long time.
It is a long time, especially when you put into consideration it's Apollo, so their techniques weren't fully made yet. Especially how this is 1 year after Apollo 17, so Skylab would still be in construction by then, so they wouldn't have all the science of long-term space missions that they do right now with the ISS. So the techniques would be lackluster, and it would probably have an impact on the astronauts' mental health.
Yeah, what even would you do? How many people were going to be there?
Well, the usual amount of people in an Apollo spacecraft is 3.
3? I can't think of a whole lot of people I'd like to be trapped in a can with for 3 years or for a year.
Yeah, but you couldn't even choose. It could be any one of your colleagues from the Apollo program.
Ew, that would be awful.
You were trained with them, you might die with them.
I would hate that wholeheartedly.
But
Now
look,
nowadays they're like video games, right? Do you I could probably play Kerbal or something.
Yeah.
Do you know the game Voyager 19?
No, I do not.
It's a game on Steam. It is essentially you are trapped in a small spacecraft that is just enough room for you, some oxygen. You're tied to it. You're essentially tied to it, which is, I'm assuming, how you live. They put you in a, I guess, medically induced coma to warp between star systems.
It's the best coma to be in, as far as comas go.
And then Eventually, you find a planet. I'm not gonna spoil it in case you want to play it.
It sounds fun.
I'm not gonna spoil it. You can search it up on your own.
I will.
Oh,
All
here it
right,
is.
so being it sounds like we had the technology to do this, why did we not do this?
Okay, well, it's really simple. Uh, the entire reason the Apollo program ended, we didn't need to do it. And also money. Like, we didn't have enough money to do it.
We will go to the moon not because it is easy, but because it is hard. We are going to stop
Yeah,
going to the
see,
moon because, well, we're bored of it now.
Too hard.
look,
it's
man.
it's expensive. Not because it is cheap, because it is expensive.
And because
Look.
you guys are stopped funding us.
Very interesting bit of information. I've never thought about using a recycling a spent fuel tank to live inside of. Like that would be kind of terrifying.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
You'll
it
be
had
fine.
rocket gas in it, but now you're gonna live in it.
look, 4 years they've been going to the moon. Multiple missions. One of them, the oxygen tank exploded, and that was a crisis. So, 4 years, a lot of taxpayers' money. The Apollo program was expensive. The Russians weren't even trying because all of their N1s exploded. There was no need to go to Venus, and people didn't want to go to Venus. Why, like, put free men on a spacecraft for 1 year hurtling towards a different planet when you have poverty on Earth? That was their idea.
Well, not with that
And
attitude.
when you think about it, yeah, it was a wasted opportunity. Apollo Venus would have been sick as hell, including the Soviet one, TMK. And that was a big one, too. 1974. They would actually launch before Apollo 17 in 1971.
Hmm. Why didn't they go?
Um, well, they wanted to launch it on their N1 rocket, which is their moon rocket. Do you know about the N1?
I think I vaguely remember something about it when I played that phone game, that space phone game that's like Kerbal, but it's two-dimensional. I don't remember what it's called.
Yep, it's called the N1. Literally just called the N1. And it was a extremely large rocket, about the size of the Saturn V, a little bit bigger actually. And it failed every single one of its launches. It exploded every single time. And that's because their first stage engines could not be tested before launch.
What?
So imagine launching
What do you mean they couldn't be tested before launch?
imagine launching the Starship, but you couldn't test the Raptor engines before lighting them on and, putting it in the sky. You can't test it because the wait. Do you not know about uh like engines that can't be turned back on?
No, I'm kind of dumb, man. Do you see how I build my rockets?
No, because engines they have like one ignition. Most of them, you can turn them on once, turn them off once. That's it. That's your entire burn.
You can't turn them back on again?
No, it's not Kerbal. You can't even throttle most engines. You can't throttle the F1. You can't shut down the F1 without it like having a permanent shutdown.
Really?
Yes, this is for most rockets.
That sounds awful.
It's rocket science.
I'm not a rocket scientist. Like, what the quick gatekeeping knowledge?
It's like the most basic rocket science.
Well, I guess I'm just a step below that then. Thanks for making me feel bad about it.
Bean.
Okay,
Bean,
fine, fine,
remember
fine,
who
fine.
you're talking to, Bean.
All right, fine. Simple explanation. Ignitions, right? Most engines, especially early ones, they had one ignition. So they would turn on, flame would go brrr, and then certain point they run out of fuel. You can't use them anymore. You can't reignite them. You can't do anything with it. Now, thankfully, the Saturn V had a vectoring, thrust vectoring, but it didn't have throttle.
Mm-hmm.
Gimbal, I mean. So it had gimbal, but it didn't have throttle. So the entire reason the lunar module was built is because of the descent engine stage, which could be it's what we call a deep throttling engine in which you can bring it all the way
I'm sorry,
down and
did you
all.
say deep throttling?
Jesus Christ.
No, is that what you said? Deep
That's
throttling?
that's literally what it's called.
I've
Yes.
I've never heard that term, and I'm sure that that's the reason we don't use that term normally in everyday
No, it's the reason
conversation.
why stock Kerbal players don't use that term because
Deep
all of your engines are
throttling.
deep.
And that means what?
I'm gonna read off the Wikipedia page, but basically it's you can throttle up and down your engine as much as you want, and that's what the lunar module descent engine was. Deep throttle. Blah 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 blah. What the deep throat? What?
Listen, I'm not going to be responsible if your parents decide to ground you from the internet based on your search history.
Whatever. So you know what deep throttling is. Lunar module engine was a deep throttling engine. So you could only turn on your engines once or twice, and then it's gone. Some engines had unlimited ignitions, some had more than two, some had single ignitions, and some couldn't even be turned off. SRBs. So, you know, it's hard to go to a lunar mission when you can't turn on your engines to test them and then put them on the rocket. So every single N1 exploded beautifully, catastrophically beautifully. It went boom, then it went boom, then it went boom again and again and again. It had real launches of the Russian moon rocket. Should have been the Americans if it went perfectly right like the first launch. But it didn't. It exploded a lot, like a lot of times, like a shocking amount of times. And there's I think there's video of it a little bit, but the Russians don't like to have videos of their moon rocket exploding.
Of course not. Why would they?
So it's mostly just like CGI animations of the N1 exploding now, like simulating the true events. And some of the explosions were just like really funny because the N1 had like 30 engines as its first stage. Yo Moon.
Yes.
N1 had 30 engines as its first
That
stage.
seems excessive.
Well, that's because they didn't have the time nor money to develop like big
Doesn't the
engines like
Starship have
Dragon 5.
Doesn't the Starship have like 45 engines?
They have 33 engines. But difference between Starship and N1 is that Starship can test their engines. Hence, like, the lighting up the engines sometimes to see if it works. N1 couldn't do that, so they didn't even know the efficiency of their engines until it was on the launch pad ready to go.
That's some real redneck shit.
Yeah, it was. And you want to know what happened to one of those launches?
What happened?
It flew for like a solid, like 30 seconds, going up in the sky. The Soviets are happy because every engine is going brrr. They're clapping, they're happy. Oh, comrade, they're gonna love this. And then every single engine turned off except for one.
That's awful.
Unanimously, every single engine shut off except for one on the edge that like tilted the rocket, so it was a full ass Saturn V basically falling down to the launch pad with full of fuel.
Were there people in it?
No, thank God.
Did people die?
No, because they knew how dangerous the N1 was. They're not going to risk people getting close to the rocket on that launch. And at that time, when it exploded, it created the largest non-atomic explosion of the time.
Really?
Yeah.
How big?
Very.
Equivalent to...
Not sure. There's not much numbers on that because the Soviets didn't want to calculate that shit. But you can imagine, like, a Saturn V flying up into the sky, and then every single engine, every single F1, just shuts off at the same time, and it falls back to the pad, like 30 seconds into launch.
Yeah, I'm sure some people... It's Russia. I'm sure some people fell out of the window after that one.
Maybe.
Pretty fireball.
It was pretty. It definitely was pretty. In fact, someone said it looked like hell. And that's not an over-exaggeration. That's a real quote from a Russian engineer on site when he was watching it from a window. And he went, "Oh!" And he wrote in his, like, diary or whatever, it looked like hell. So, I mean, wonderful, right?
Yeah, that's...
How many engines did it even have? N1.
There we go. I like that.
It had 30 NK-15s.
They were really just trying their best to brute force their way through this, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. The problem also was that they built their moon rocket, like, very late in the space race because they were focusing more on putting a space station in space. Speaking of which, the Soviets won that race. First space station was Soviet.
Was it?
Yeah, it was called Salyut.
Salyut. Yes, I do believe you told me that. Turn this around. Sorry, you know me, I get freaking crazy with it when it comes to making things look pretty.
Oh, I can see
And
that.
your wheels.
What about my wheels?
You know the front ones that whoop?
The what?
You know how you turn your front wheels a whole 180 degrees?
Yeah, I turn them around, yeah. They're more
In the
aerodynamic
correct way.
They're more aerodynamic like that, and there are plenty of aircraft that they fold up like that. The only thing that's incorrect about it is the positioning of the lights. Like, I would
wonder
argue.
why wheels go inside.
What?
Okay.
What do you
Can
mean?
I ask you a
Hold
question?
on, hold on. Are you referring
I wonder
to?
why wheels retract.
Are you? No. Let's handle this right now. Spaceplane hangar. Are you referring to, like on the MSV, how this is backwards
Hold
and
up.
and the wheel
Hasn't moved
folds?
yet.
Hey, Taco. We'll have lights for sure. She'll be lit up for maximum cinematic value. Is this what you're referring to by me having my landing gear backwards?
Yes.
Yeah, that's perfectly normal and fine. And more aerodynamic.
Why don't you put your back wheels that way then?
I sometimes do. But this one I wanted the headlights. So judgmental. All right.
Did I
There
answer
we
your
go.
question about
You did.
Venus? Great. You have any other questions about the space race?
I do not.
Damn it.
Well, thank you, Taco. But it's actually like it's a common thing on like regular aircraft too. Like I don't know why such a fit is being thrown to points. Like don't encourage it.
Okay, I don't know what to do anymore.
Well, thank you for being here and sharing that piece of information. I think on every stream I'm going to make a point to bring you on so you can nerd your little heart out about something you're passionate about, and that is
Thanks.
the
I'm not
real
leaving
life
it.
space history.
I'm not leaving it. I'm staying here.
I I am going to hop off the party chat so I can focus into this.
Alright, I'm gonna load in KSP, yeah?
You should definitely do that. If you guys want to keep going on the voice chat on the Discord, that'll allow everybody else who's part of the Kerran Empire to join in too if they want to. Um, but I am going to keep building the Imperial High
Alright.
Command, Kerbal Space Station KS1.
Peace out.
So,
Alright.
thank you very much for joining me. Special guest stars Void and Bean, everyone.
Okay, see you guys later.
All right, I've exited the party. Testing 1, 2, 3. Am I coming through clear? Anybody? Taco, can you hear me? Pull up my own stream to see if I can hear myself.
Unfortunately, I didn't check if I unlatched Evo's gate while taking a...
Okay, testing, making sure everybody can hear me. Can you hear me? Testing my mic. Coming through clearly. Good to hear. Thank you, Jeb. I appreciate that. All right, so we are continuing to build Imperial High Command KS1. This is our first space station. So I'm going to build this expandable. Now, when I build couplers in space, I like to use this. I like to use these. There's a very specific reason for that. When I'm assembling things in space, I like to align them. I like things to be connected in such a way that they are stable and I am not required to rotate in any sort of certain way. I like to line them up. And what I mean by that is coupling, Clampetron, little one. Got to use the little ones. Don't use the big ones. The big ones have a lot more wiggle room as far as how they'll attach. But if I set these up like this, right? And let's say an incoming ship or piece that I want to dock to this, right? If I do this, right? I don't have to worry about being skewed off in any one direction. And this allows me to build pretty complex structures knowing that I can align myself to this grid. So most of my connectors in space, or areas that are going to be purpose built to connect, will be shaped like that. So we are going to do that. But since this is just the initial section, on this we are going to add a couple engines, and these are just gonna get us that final little bit of orbit we need. Okay, let's see here. There we go. Those will launch off. Bean, join the VC, says Void. Hit him in the Discord. At him. Okay. We're going to enable staging. We want that to be our last stage. Engine plates work like that too. Oh, that would be a good idea to use an engine plate like that. I'm a bit partial to the bicouplers, and I like to do that because I can usually put a light here, right? So that way most of my things can have a headlight, or I can add a piece of science there, something like that. I like the bicouplers myself, but yes, an engine plate I think would probably work pretty well. You could probably do a heck of a lot more than 2. Let's see here. Okay. So these engines will be jettisonable, right? I don't really like to litter in space. So I might end up building a space garbage truck to catch such things. But yeah, they will be able to be jettisoned when it's time to connect further things to this. So let's do a checklist of what we need versus what we've got. Build new orbital station around KERBIN. Okay, build a new station that has an antenna. Check. Can generate power. Check. And then can support 5 Kerbals. Well, this one supports 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one supports 9. So we're a little ahead of the curve, which is good because the next mission that Kerbal's going to give us to expand this, that number goes up fast. So let me see. I need a micro adjustment on this. Oh, nope. Go back. Both are way better than one. Lol, I like the bicoupler too. Thank you. Okay. Tuck that in. I just want it just a little bit in. Okay, so that's left and right with R1. Okay. Perfect. I like to utilize these shapes. Right now it looks like there's a connector there. It's a lot more than just something sticking out of something. I like to line up lines. See how the shape of this complements the shape of this. That flows into that. That's, snug to that. This is why you come here. And this is why I stay here. I love to get fancy with my shipbuilding. It's not always the most efficient design. In fact, I will argue that it's usually the least efficient design. But that's what the Kerran Empire is all about. Building beautiful things and then brute forcing our way into having them work. Right? At least, that's what I do. So, I think we have everything we need. KS1 Imperial High Command. Okay, so we are going to raise this up. And I think we're just going to stick it on an Afira Mark III. And probably be well overpowered. I don't want to muck up any of this area, but I think maybe a flag will look good there. Let's see here. Let's go 4. Maybe we increase the size of that. No, that looks like trash. What are you talking about? Set flag. And then put that as this one. Okay, and then size. That's way too big. Is this even the right shape of flag? No, it's not. Apologies. This one. Yeah. Put that there. Make you... You're already small. Okay. I just want a little one. No. This one. What? Alright, flags aren't cooperating. That's okay, we don't need them. We'll add them later. Alright, so let's take this up. I could put other docking ports on here, but I intend for the next section of this just to be an extension of this. So, what's up, Bane? I'm glad you're here. We're just getting started. We're done with the warm-up. We launched the MSV up, deployed a couple satellites, talked about what its role was, and what our future goals are. You can use offset, I guess. I don't know. It's all good, Taco. Talking. All right, so now we are launching our very first space station. Bane's glad that Bane is here. KS1, this is Imperial High Command. This is, this is where the action happens. We're establishing ourselves as a spacefaring empire, right? So we have to have a permanent presence in space. So we're going to launch this up. It's actually an official mission as well. And then we are going to develop a variant of the MSV2 that is purpose-built instead to launch tourists and passengers instead of these satellites. Not in the same way, mind you. We're not going to shoot them out, but... All right, so we got... I hope the illumination works the way I want it to with that. I think it will. Okay. I don't think that I need to add RCS. Actually, yeah, no, we're gonna add some RCS thrusters to this. If each section has one centrally located, then your overall structure will have them. If you just make that a rule when you're building your space station, that each section of roughly the same shape and size is going to have that. That's thank you, Taco. I am adding some RCS. Okay. Okay, there we go. We're going to put you... Stop it. Stop it. Quit being dumb. There we go. No. No. It's going right here. Oh, I just needed a hair in. Left and right. All right. There we go. Thank you, Bane. It's a wonderful idea. And I should probably add an RCS tank or probably. But I don't think I need to add I'm not going to add an RCS tank. I'm not going to. For the very specific reason that this is not a fuel storage place. I mean, I could put a little one in, I guess. Yeah, I could put a little one in. Let's see, what do we got? Fuel tanks. Rigid. Oh no, that looks awful. Okay. What if it's like that? No, I don't like that. You're not my supervisor. How does that look? Let's see, bring that down one. Yeah, we could do that. All right, so to add this here, we're going to line up this line on that, just like that, and then come over and do the same thing on that side. And then we will do a shift out. Shift out. Okay. Shift out. Shift down. Up, down, up. Down. Up. Yeah, that's... No. The Sikar is speaking. I'm currently attempting an unmanned probe landing from Minmus about 2,000 meters above the surface. Unmanned probe landing. Okay. Is this your first landing today, or with this save, or ever? I don't like these here. I'm instead going to put them back here. Shift up. Okay. Now you guys know me. One of my little tricks I like to do. If there's a solar panel, I like to have batteries nearby, and I like to have electrics near batteries. So if I always strive to have batteries near electrics, or batteries near solar panels, and batteries near electrics, I can kind of help myself to develop a certain way that I build things. Batteries, yes. Set little rules for myself, like I'm going to build it like this, or I'm going to add this here, or personally I think it looks good. It's less wire, right, if they're next to each other. This is an assembly, right? This is a lot of parts working in conjunction with each other. So now I've got those there. Let's go ahead and put some RCS tanks in here. We're going to attach them here, but we're going to adjust them to be inside that little air pocket we created. So there's room for them in there. And I'll lift the cap off so you can see. I don't like to phase things into things if I know that there's like supposed to be fuel in there. Personally, that's the way I like to do it. For me, how I play this game, what makes it fun for me, that feels like cheating, right? This feels pure. This feels like a realistic thing. Like that is empty space I could realistically put that tank into. I like it. It helps me to build my craft in these ways. I mean, technically, I could take a big tank, right? Put everything I want inside the tank, right? Phase it all inside this, and have a rocket that is just as big as a tank in the cockpit. But why do all that when I can sit here and I can make this? And I like this a lot, but I don't know if I like that color. All right, chat, I need your help deciding on the color scheme for this, right? If you want it to be white, press 1. Or the black variant. Dark variant, this one, press 1. If you would like it to be the white variant, press 2. And if you think it would look better with the orange variant, press 3. Dark variant, press 1. White variant, press 2. And orange variant, press 3. All right. Check the chat here and see what we have the most of. Let's see here. Go back to the stream.
We have the most of.
Okay. So we got 2 votes for 3. Copy that. I'm tan, so 3. Okay. So we are going to leave it orange. Perfect. 12 viewers. Hello, everybody. As promised, I will read one of my poems. I said if we get more than 10 people watching today, I will read one of my poems that I wrote. No AI, that I wrote. So I'm going to do that after we get this into the proper orbit, as promised. For those of you just joining us, you are welcome to hang out for as long as you like. Ask questions in the comments. There, we have a lot of people here very knowledgeable about the game. In addition to that, you can actually join the Kerran Empire on Discord. And by doing so, you'll be able to compete in challenges, post screenshots, see screenshots, and continue development of the Kerran Empire, as well as, getting to hang out with me. All right, enough dilly-dallying. I'm going to shift this back up. I don't think we're missing anything, right? We got RCS tanks, we got RCS thrusters. You know, I want to throw some in there, but they're going to get covered up, and then I'm not going to want it. Okay, let's go ahead and set up another connector. So, coupling. All right, we'll put this like that. Okay. Rigid strut, disable crossfeed. And then we're going to grab another bicoupler. All right. I'm going to turn off the shroud for that. What do those shrouds look like? No, we don't like that. Okay. And I'm going to shift this assembly up here. Not too much. Maybe a half a one. That's R1 with the left and right. So the reason I always make a point to verbalize what buttons I'm pushing on my controller is so I don't accidentally skew it to the side without rigid snap turned on. Because essentially at that point, you've lost your symmetry. You have to take the part off, go back to rigid snap, and do it. And to explain what I mean by that is, if let's say I have this pole right here. Now I currently have this toggle snap on. So this is going to automatically snap to these angles, right? They're even angles. They're reliable angles. I use these angles to build everything, right? Very important to utilize the snap geometry to build your craft, right? So if I have toggle snap turned on, I want you to imagine an invisible grid. If I have toggle snap turned on and I come over here to the move tool and I click this, depending on where I want to move it, I can snap it. Now I can snap it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 snaps over here and reliably snap it back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I can confidently 100% guarantee that this pole is still perfectly centered on this craft, regardless of, what it looks like, because you cannot trust textures. They are not even, right? So I know that this is centered. However, if I turn off snap, imagine that little invisible grid disappears, and now I can freely move this on a pixel by pixel basis, right? You see that? Right? And if I go to shift it, right, there's no snap anymore. And now we're at the mercy of the travel of my stick, right? Okay, I'm playing on console. It may be different with a mouse. But at the mercy of the travel of my stick. So if I even accidentally twitch it to the side, there's no way that I can guaranteed twitch it back the exact same amount of pixels to make it even again. And thus, the geometry is ruined and lost, and one must start again by removing the part completely, resetting its orientation, turning on toggle snap, and placing it back in the middle. So you'll often hear me counting like a crazy person in the corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? I do that because in some instances I can't use the mirror geometry, but I need things to be mirrored on a quadrilateral basis. So, anyway, enough nerding about that. All right, so we have our coupling set up here. Now we're going to cover this payload, because obviously this is not aerodynamic. This is a payload, right? This is not aerodynamic whatsoever. So we are going to come over here to payload, and we are going to grab this one. Yes, this one. All right, and we are going to construct the fairing. I said payload, I meant fairing. We're going to construct the fairing. Let's stick to the shapes we have. We don't need to make it any bigger than it needs to be. And we're going to follow the snaps. 1 snap. 2 snap. Oh, we got to start again. Square, square. Let's go a little bit bigger. There we go. 1 snap. There's that invisible grid again, see? 2 snap. Nope, a little bit bigger. I do not do visible parts phasing through other things in that way. There we go. Up, up, up. All right. Okay. And close fairing. All right, so we have created a fairing shell around our craft. I'm going to shift it up a little bit. There we go. That fairing shell is now molded to the shape of our craft, but we are still going to be able to utilize the visual up front. Now, maybe that's not the most aerodynamic, and I do actually have methods for resolving that. I'll show you. We're going to coupling. We are going to decoupler. Now, there are 2 ways to do this, right? You can add it here, and when you fire... Oh, hold on. We're going to add a nose cone to it. This one. Right? So we could also enclose this in the fairing, but that's no fun. That's not complicated at all. Okay, so I can put this here, right? But there's 2 ways to do this. Sometimes I like to leave the ring on the craft itself because I think it gives it a little bit of extra flair. So if I do this, this ring will fly off with this, right? But if I do this with the arrow pointed down, the ring will stay on and is now part of the structure, right? And it looks cool if you leave it on. See, look, now I've added a texture. I've added texture to my cockpit, right? I've made it a little bit more personal. I'm going to put that halfway in so we retain that. Okay, so that's an R1 with the left and right. So R1 with left and right. And we're shifted in just a little, half. There we go. A little bit more. I want to show those ridges, but I don't want... There we go. See, I like that. Now we're going to rigid attach. What colors do we have? A little bit of orange flare to it. Okay. What does that look like if I shift it up a little bit, though? Ah, fucked it up. Hold on. There we go. Let's shift that down. That's left and right. R1 with the left and right. Shit. Okay. Come on. I like that orange color. I want that orange pop. Okay, see that? That looks good, right? That doesn't look like it's not supposed to be like that. I've got the cool design around the inside, and we'll probably be able to see that from the cockpit, which is sick. I've got these textures and these ridges and this bolt pattern, and then I've got this color that goes around. I have enhanced, in my opinion, right? I have enhanced this part by making it look this way. Much like I incorporated the shape of the cupola, and you made use of this square space on here for that. Right? I like to work with the angles and edges that I'm given to make it pretty. So, I'm going to forego the nose cone this time. I do believe that this will launch without problem. I do. Well, no. What if we put... a little heat shield on there. A slightly less little heat shield. And we shifted that. Oh, fuck, I fucked it. Give it a snap. Okay, R1, left and right. Turn off the snap. There we go. Perfectly aligned. Okay. And we will add that function in our staging when we decide it's right. Okay, so change the name of this. We save it first. Save that. Okay. I'm going to name this KS1 Core. All right. And I'm going to know that when I go to open a craft, KS1 Core is going to be what I'm going to start something with this. And this can be repurposed into a lot of things. But it's another way to save it as a subassembly, but as a primary assembly. So, going to open Imperial High Command. Okay. All right, Chad, I need you again. We have a few different fairing options here as far as what it looks like. We've got white, black and white, orange, gold, but it's literally just like this strip of gold, and silver. All right. So for this craft, all right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of the chat, we are voting on the color of the fairing for the KS1 Imperial Command launch vehicle. Press 1 if you want the white fairing. Press 2 if you want the black and white fairing. Press 3 if you want the orange fairing. Press 4 if you want the gold fairing. And press 5 if you want the silver fairing. We've got 1 vote for silver. Or orange. We've got 1 vote for orange. Press 1 for white. 2 for black and white. 3 for orange. That's 2 votes for orange. 4 for gold. 5 for silver. We got 1 vote for silver, and we've got 3 votes for orange. 1 vote for silver, 3 votes for orange. Press 1 for white, 2 for black and white, 3 for orange, 4 for gold, or 5 for silver. Last call. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. That is orange. Okay, that looks good. We like that. So continuing on. Auto strut, yes. Okay, clamshell deploy on. Yeah. That's going to work real nice. Okay. But I'm going to rotate it. Because I want it to clam the other way. There we go. That's a proper clamming. Okay. So that is the payload. So now we're going to go to our sub-assemblies here. And we have our very powerful, very successful Evira Mark III. And we're just going to stick her right there on the bottom. Right? The Evira is what took us to the moon. The Evira is what first got us to orbit. The Evira 2 is what first took us to the moon, and the Evira Mark III successfully, consistently, has gotten us to the moon and Minmus. It's our best design yet, and is the predecessor to the first permanent presence spaceship, right? I'll just give you a little sneak peek here. It's going to have a very similar ass, all right? So, This is a beautiful craft. I thank you guys for the help. And actually, the orange up here is a great addition to what we have going on here. Let's go through our staging. Gonna hit reset on this bad boy. Aha, there we go. So, let me get rid of the mission here. All right. So, what we want to happen first is we want these boosters to be firing. We're not taking them with us. They're taking us with them. So we're going to add a new stage down here, and we're going to drag these under it. So this is guaranteed what's launching first, right? No, it's not. Okay, so boosters. This one. This 4 represents these 4. This one icon. So we're going to drag this down to here. What the fuck? Reset. Try again. I'm going to drag these 4 into here. Perfect. All right. That's the stage. Now we also want these to fire too. Okay. And that, if I hover over that and I look at the right of the tree, we can see that light up, right? We can see that flickering. So we know it's this one. We're going to drag that down here. We want those to ignite as well. Perfect. Let's build ourselves another stage. Okay. So what is going to happen next? Well, in addition to me being super sexy, this rocket is going to lift off the ground, okay? What's going to happen? First, if we look at our fuel delivery overlay, fuel request overlay, we can see that these boosters actually take some, hold some fuel that goes to the main engine. So at least a portion of this booster burn is not burning fuel from the main body here. So turn off the fuel request overlay. All right. So what's going to happen is these boosters are going to run out of fuel first, right? Now we have this set to drain the fuel from this tank first on these main engines, right? So by the time this tank is empty, or by the time this booster is done with its 5,800 units of solid fuel, this tank will be well empty, right? It's kind of like asparagus staging, but different. All right, so when this is done burning, it needs to separate. And to separate, it's going to utilize these hydraulic detachment manifolds. Let's see here. Let me click over that so I can see it flicker on the right. That is this one. So I'm going to drag this to right here. But what is inside? What also needs to fire are these. These are separatrons. They are little tiny rocket motors. I utilize them to push away my large boosters so they pose no risk to my craft itself as it continues through the atmosphere. We want those to fire at the exact moment that the decouplers fire. Hold on. KERBIN's defense ministry said something. Same but different. Take Siege Vape. Tonight's vape sounds are brought to you by Mr. Fogg, Nova, Triple Mango, Blue Raz, Steezy. I didn't buy this one. I would never have bought it based on that name, but it's pretty good. Okay, so those are going to eject. These 4 boosters are going to push off of this main body, but they pose an extreme danger risk because of how tightly packed all of this is in here. They expose an extreme danger risk to the rest of the craft. So we have these separatrons. These separatrons will fire at the same time. So I'm going to drag them into this same stage box. Perfection. We're going to make ourselves a new stage. Okay, so what is going to happen next when we launch? Well, this is going to separate, right? This thing is eventually going to run out of fuel, and as beautiful as it is, we need to leave it behind. So we need this to separate so we can continue forward. Let me scroll up over here. All right, so this right here, we're going to have that decouple. It's a really good flavor. Take it from me. All right, Bean, hurry back. This is a momentous occasion. It's Imperial High Command. As far as the towers that Mission Control is towering inside of, toweringly, the tower here, I mean, there is no higher tower than KS1 currently. All right, so the next thing that's going to happen is we are going to decouple, and that is this one, perfection. But what else needs to happen? We need to deorbit this. Now, this main fucking sexy double-barreled fucking cum cannon of a rocket is going to get us to a decent apoapsis and almost to orbit. But we don't want it to orbit. We want it to come back to Kerbin. So what's going to happen is we are going to actually fire these hidden in the bell. There we go. Hidden in the bell, we have these Cyperotrons. I'm going to add a few more of the larger variants. There we go. Put those there. I'm going to add a few more of the larger variants. This is the Might Solid Fuel Booster, and that is on a 6 radial. So attach that here, flip that upside down on a 6 radial. I'm going to make sure that is rigid. Okay. We're going to shift that in. Okay, we're inside the fairing now. Okay. Bring that down. Okay. And then we are going to... Okay. We're going to shift this up a bit. These are not exploits or hack, you hack. Okay. We want to shift these in. Just like that. Okay. Alright, just like that. Ladies and gentlemen, the fucking train! It's a very special recurring character on this show. Alright. So, shift that one up. Okay. Shift that down. Alright. Shift that. How did I do that? Oh, I remember how I did this last time. I apologize. Sorry. So sorry. I did one of the mites and then these little guys. So they go right here and we gotta rotate them out. I must not have saved the subassembly off that. Okay. In fact, I will re-update the subassembly so that the staging is correct. Alright, so... They're just happy little guys. They're just happy little guys. Okay. We're going to bring that out. Bring that down. Perfect. So it is resting comfortably under the bell, and it is bolted. I thought that may have been a few too many mites. No, you were totally correct. Absolutely too many. We just need the one. Just the fucking one. But Moon, how do you directly center something in the middle when there's no attachment point to attach to? It's elementary, my dear, whoever you are asking that question, which is a good question. All right, so we're going to put these on a 4 radial. Okay. And we are going to shift them inside. I think... There, nope. I fucked it up. No, there we go. Shift them inside. I can't fit 4 in here. I would fit 4 in here, but this phases into the bell, and I can clearly see tank through the bell here. So what I'm doing is I'm going to shift these into each other, right? going to shift these into each other. I'm going to turn off snap. I'm going to shift them into each other, and I'm going to wait until they are perfectly aligned. Come on. It's going to take a little bit of wiggling of the stick. That is perfectly aligned in my book. All right, I'm going to turn back on my rigid so I don't fuck it up. And I'm going to shift these up to the comfortable place. We're going to put that right there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rigid attach, shroud off. I'm going to remove from symmetry. Okay? Now I'm just going to drag off the other three. There we go. That is how you perfectly center something on a place without a snap point using shifting and phasing, right? So that is our D-orbit motor rocket assembly here. So let's go back to what we were doing. Actually, let me update the sub-assembly for the Afira. It's not that. It's that. Okay, I'm going to update that sub-assembly. So the next time I go to place this, it's going to be what we just built. And I can just place it like that. Okay, so where were we? Aha. So that's going to decouple. But when that decouples, we also want those cypertrons to fire. Okay. And we want, where's the might? It hit it somewhere. Did it hide it up here? Where is it? Ah, there it is. We are going to orbit. And we're going to put that in here. So that might is going to fire with these. Now, you have to think, engine, make heat. Thus, engine, take heat. So all of these are going to fire at the same time. They're going to, when this separates, they're going to burn and push off of this bell. And that is going to hopefully deorbit this whole first stage we got here, right? So it can crash back. I don't like to leave things in orbit. I don't like to litter. All right, so we've done that. We're going to give ourselves another space here. What is going to happen next? Well, we're cooking, we're booking, we're making orbit. We just just rocket, like missiled our ass back to the planet, right? So now we're going to activate our next engine. We have a little bit of a distance between us. So we're going to set that to this one. Okay. Now, I do firmly believe that we'll be outside of the atmosphere by the time we're going to need to activate this engine. So I'm going to confidently take the protective airstream and put that below that. So what's going to happen is this is going to separate. The airstream shell is going to separate. And then we are going to activate. You know what? No. Let's put that here. So the shell's going to come off. Then this is going to separate. Then this is going to fire. Perfect. Okay. And that is going to take us to the orbit that we want. And then, or at least close to it. And then this is going to separate. I'm going to shift that down. Right there. Yep. That's going to separate. we can also probably lose the heat shield at the same time we lose the protective shell. Yeah, set that. There we go. All right, and then... Wait. One more thing needs to happen. Make the other decoupler gold too? This one? Copy that. Okay. These need to be activated. Enable staging. Come here. Come here. Wait, those are... Disable crossfeed. That's important. Okay. Where is that? Decoupler. Good. We will jettison from this piece. And then our final engines will fire. And then enable staging. Our last bit of business will be to jettison our service engines. And these, I'm calling these service engines because their only purpose is to get us into the final proper orbit, and then we don't need them anymore. They are disposable. Being haunted by a sexy set of SRBs. Okay. Saving that craft. I think we've hit all our marks. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Okay. I think we've hit all our marks. I think we are ready to launch. So, now we decide who is going to be here. We have not hired a single crew member since we started. We have not lost a single crew member either. So I think it's time to buy employees. Nothing like paid servitude. Let's go to the astronaut complex. Who do we got here? All right, we've got Shepton, Jenman, Dilly, Tanpond, Joe Moore, Lagerbert, Naylong, and Kellery. Now I know for a fact Tanpond was at one point a tourist. So I want to have a pilot who is going to be in charge of the station. I want to have and one engineer, a pilot and one engineer. So we're going to choose our pilot first, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, Santa Fe Freight traveling through the southbound Illinois route system, barreling towards what can only be described as the United States' largest rail switchyard and a very important part of American infrastructure. It's actually, the site itself for that rail yard is pretty high on the proposed Russian nuclear strike list as far as a threat. I believe it is site priority 3. So we get a lot of trains around this area because they're all going to the same kind of place, and that's right smack in the middle of United States. So that's a little bit more about the trains and why there are so fucking many around here. So first things first, we need a pilot, hero, adventurer, someone who's going to take it upon themselves to go boldly and pilot the amazing station that will eventually be the entirety of KS1. So, for pilots, we have Joe Moore, Naylong, and Kellery. Joe Moore, Naylong, and Kellery. If you think Joe Moore would make a good pilot, commander of KS1, press 1. If you think Naylon would make a good commander for KS1, press 2. And if you think Kelry would make the best commander, press 3. We have Jomor, 1. Naylong, 2. And Kelry, 3. That's 1 vote for 1. Jomor, 1. Naylong, 2. And Kelry, 3. Sakar says 1. That is 2 votes for Jomor. Do we have any other votes? We have 2 votes for Jomor. Press 1 for Jomor, 2 for Naylong, and 3 for Kelry. Who will command KS1? Final call. That is 3 votes for Jomor. All right, I'm calling it. It's Jomor. Ladies and gentlemen, your new commanding officer, Jomor KERBIN. Hopefully she does well. All right, now Jomor needs an engineer. This engineer is going to oversee construction operations and logistics operations for KS1. This is canon lore, by the way, so write it down. So I need an engineer. Now we have Jeslyn, but we also have one we can hire. We have Jenmi, Jenman, Dilly, we'll call her Dilly, Lagerbert. So press 1 for Jeslyn. If you want Jeslyn to be the chief engineer of KS1, press 2 for Jenmi, press 3 for Jenman, and press 4 for Dilly, or 5 for Lagerbert. That's 1 vote for Jeslyn. Press 1 for Jeslyn, 2 for Jenmi, 3 for Jenman, or 4 for Dilly, or 5 for Lagerbert. Fucking Jeslyn won. Fucking Jeslyn. Jeslyn, for those of you who are new. Ooh, that's a vote for Jenman. Okay, we got a vote for Jenman. 2 votes for Jeslyn. Final call, it's going to be vote 1 for Jeslyn to be the chief engineer of KS1, 2 for Jenmi, 3 for Jenman, 4 for Dilly, or 5 for Lagerbert. Voter apathy is high in the chat. I've got 12 viewers, but only 3 people voted. That's fine. Fucking Jeslyn has now somehow been promoted to chief engineer of KS1. Wait. Did I just sell Jeslyn? You could do that? Jeslyn, I didn't know you could sell Kerbals. Suddenly, the rescue missions are seeming a little bit more lucrative. Are those tourists? No. Are they scientists? No. What are they? They're slaves. Oh God. That's awful. But now we know we can actually fire people. That's fucking hilarious. Why? That's awful, but hilarious. So Jeslyn and Jomor. All right. Leave the Astro. I didn't know you could sell Kerbals. That's crazy. Okay, so Commander Jomor, right? Let's dress Jomor up. Jomor needs to have an iconic look, all right? So press 1 if you want this suit, the base suit. Press 2 if you want the blue vintage suit. We'll go through the colors next. Or press 3 if you want the orange and gray future suit. So if you want the base suit, press 1. The vintage suit, press 2. Or the future suit, press 3. That's 1 vote for 2. Press 1 for the base suit. I'll change the colors. We'll go through the colors next. Press 2 for the vintage suit. Or press 3 for the future suit. We got 1 vote for the future suit, 1 vote for the vintage suit. Press 1 for base suit, 2 for vintage suit, or 3 for future suit. They are different colors, but they are also different designs. The base suit is like a more modern, your typical astronaut. The vintage suit looks like maybe classic Russian. I think Bean would know better. And the future suit looks like something out of newer Star Trek, like Discovery or Strange New Worlds. So last call, press 1 for base suit, 2 for vintage suit, or 3 for future suit. Two. That is 2 votes for 2. Any other voters? All right, we're calling it's the vintage suit. All right. Now, the 2 of you that voted for the vintage suit, which is Bane and Jeb, we have the blue vintage suit, brown vintage suit, or orange vintage suit. 1, 2, or 3. Blue, brown, or orange. This is for Commander Joe Moore. All right, that's a vote for orange. Orange is a good color for Command Bay, and I'm going to have to agree with you. We may need to make that standard across the Kerran Empire. That's right, your vote is altering the very course of the future of fashion design in the Kerran Empire. Jeb, do you agree with orange, or do you want a different color? And Jeb was silent. We are going with orange, I'm calling it now. Jeb also votes orange. Perfect. It's unanimous. Wonderful. Okay. So we got Joe Moore's outfit set up. Now for Jeslyn the engineer. Fucking Jeslyn. Jeslyn is an engineer. She will spend her time scurrying up and down KS1, checking to make sure the seals are properly sealing, bulkheads are properly bulking, and snacks are being properly snacked upon. She will also oversee logistics and making sure that people are going to places they need to. It's a very important job for Jeslyn, but at the end of the day, she is an engineer. So which suit should Jeslyn have? We have the base suit, the vintage suit, and the future suit. Jeslyn, the engineer. Jeslyn will also oversee orbital construction of ships, refueling, repairs, all of it. Everybody in the chat, press 1 for base suit, press 2 for vintage suit, and press 3 for future suit. Sikaar definitely liking that future suit. Bane and Jeb both voting for the vintage suit again. We got anybody else? Any other votes? All right, we're going vintage suit again. All right. So, KERBIN KDEF comes in last minute with a tire. Okay. KDEF, Kerbin Defense Ministries, has voted 3, future suit and future suit. So we are now tied. Vintage suit and future suit for Jeslyn, the Imperial Engineer, Chief Engineer of KS1, Kerbal High Command Space Station. So I'm going to ask for one more vote here. If you want the vintage suit, press 1. If you want the future suit, press 2. Or I guess, yeah. Anybody who's listening to the Spotify session for Payne voted 1. Payne, you son of a bitch. All right. KDEF. Okay. Well, I'm going to call it. We're going to go with the vintage suit. Now, don't worry. Don't worry, Sikaar. We will eventually hit that future suit. So, engineers, are they blue or are they orange or brown? Now, personally, I'm going to vote for brown. I think an engineer looks better than brown because I relegate science to blue. I think a scientist should be blue and an engineer should be brown. Does anyone disagree with me? Blue. Okay, blue for the engineer. Vane votes blue. Any other votes to this? Anybody who's listening to the Spotify soundtrack right now, currently it's the Interstellar soundtrack, and it's that one with the clicking from the planet, right? It's funny. It's an epic way to sit here and wait for everybody to vote. Well, Jeb, I'm gonna have to agree with you. However, we've got 2 votes for blue. But KDF agrees with me too. All right. Well, this is the great part about being the Empire. I make all the rules. The Emperor, I make all the rules. So we're going to go with brown. Now officially, brown is the color of engineers, at least on KS1. All right. So we are ready. Who's ready to launch, right? You guys are here. You're ready. You want to see this thing fucking fly, and me too. We're going to save that craft, and we are going to launch. Now, before we actually take off, I'm going to repost the link for the Spotify session, and I've got a special song I'm going to play with this launch. So I'm going to post a link to the Spotify session again. I got a song I've queued up specifically for this launch. Okay, hold on. Copy this. Now is your chance to hop on Moon's Tunes. Okay, I'm going to invite people right now. I'm going to share that link. Copy that link. I'm going to go over to YouTube here. I'm going to hit the comments. It's coming up in the comments as Moon's Tunes. If you click this link and you have Spotify Premium, I promise it's not Aerosmith, KDF. If you click this link and you have Spotify Premium, you will be able to hear the music as I hear the music, which means you're going to get the soundtrack to what's happening, and I assure you, it's so much better with the music. My camera moves with the music. My perspectives move with the music. I always like to have a good soundtrack. So Moon's Tunes. Here comes the Spotify link. I do like Aerosmith, but it is not Spotify this time. Or sorry, it's not Aerosmith this time. It's okay, KDF. Not yet. Not yet. Eventually, I'll make a family plan for top tier elite members of the the longest standing members, most active chat members, and I'll just start adding people to it. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Sikar, I would like you to count me down. 3, 2, 1 in the comments, and we will launch. 10, 3, 2, 1. Why isn't it launching? Why isn't it launching? Hold on. Revert flight. Revert to launch. Something was happening. Because your engineer is brown and not blue, you dork. Duh. Oh, sorry, Sakar, I didn't see. For those of you not in the Spotify stream, Steppenwolf's Magic Carpet Ride is currently playing. Hell yeah. There we go. Cutting main engine. Aiming for 200 kilometers. This is the view from the cockpit. Deploying payload. Lights on for maximum cinematic value. All right. Joe Moore has literally no skill sets whatsoever. I can turn on the keep it steady button. That's about it. But that's fun. You know, I kind of want to relaunch it so we're in the light, but it's okay. We're going to be in the light here pretty soon. All right, so let's advance to our apoapsis at about 206,000 meters. Okay, orienting ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to admit, but I've lived around the train for so long now that I'm just so used to the sound, sometimes I don't hear it. And burning for orbit. Okay. We are going to normalize at 210,000. I think, yeah. No, we're going to normalize at 150,000. That sounds way better to me right now. There we are. There she is. All right. So let's. I'm glad we're not going anywhere because it really is frustrating not having any sort of a level for stability. Okay. Orienting ourselves retrograde to burn down that apoapsis just a little bit. Okay, 150. I'm good with that variance. We'll adjust that later if we need to. All right, so now we are going to orient ourselves prograde again. And we are going to attempt to deorbit our main stage using that little cluster stuff we did there. I don't know if it will, but it'll at least get it out of our way and out of our orbit. I really like the way the Fear launch platform looks. Like, look at that. I'm going to build a ship that uses that whole structure. Probably might try to make it SSTO, because that's the way I go. Okay. There we are. In position. Goodbye. Have a beautiful time. Oh. I had the might up a little bit too much. Oops. It's giving Kerran. Well, that is an unfortunate thing that occurred, but you know, don't fret. Don't fret. We didn't actually need it because we're here, right? Like, so that's okay. No, let's do it again. Why not? It's a fun thing to watch launch. And this time we'll do it in the daytime. Alright, so save that. Revert to Space Center. Warp to the next morning. Perfection. Go back to the VAB. Ladies and gentlemen, another train! There's one train that goes by like every like week or so, and it's got like a fucked up horn. It's special. And I just imagine, like, if I'm the train guy, like, I'm gonna be pissed if I got the train with the fucked up horn. Because what other fun things you have to do when you're sitting in the train than, like, fucking blare your horn in residential neighborhoods? Like, they can't be hitting that many people that it justifies that. But, like, most safety things, it's reactive for sure. Like, somebody probably hit something and now they have to. Special. Absolutely special. Okay, let's go back in here. Okay. We're going to lower that might down a little bit. And it doesn't need to be super fucking powerful. 20. No. 42. Oh, that decoupler. Okay. There we go. Perfection. Save that. And I think... Welcome back, table. You're just in time to see me do it again. Launching. What's playing right now? This is epic. Gustav Holst. The Berliner Philharmonic. This is lovely. What the fuck? I said daytime, you son of a bitch! Recover vessel. Good job, Bean. Good choice. You're very cultured. You're very cultured for being, you know, a younger age. You give me hope for the future. Okay. Warp to next morning. All of you. Should have warped to daytime and recovered. Okay, I'll do that if it didn't work. I know it's beans. But you're all cultured for being here. I mean, look how good a taste you have. Look where you are compared to where you could be. Like, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for finding the stream, sticking around, engaging. Let's see if that fixed it. Santa Kraken's coming to town. Hopefully not. Thank you, Sikar. No, thank you. 12 people watching. as promised, when we get this into orbit, I am going to read one of my personal poems that I've written. I don't use AI to write, so it's from the heart. I said when we got more than 10 people. Why is there a heat shield? For the heat, duh. Fucking no brains table. Come on now. Why else would there be a heat shield? Because you turn it over and you can hold 1,000 pizza rolls. Because it goes fast. It does fucking go fast. Okay, so we're still at nighttime. Okay, so we're going to return to the Space Center. I didn't want a nose cone. It could be. It could be a nose cone. We're gonna warp to next morning. And then we're going to fly. Come on. You can do it, baby. Ah, we've done it. All right. And it definitely did. Imperial High Command. Section 1 of KS1. Launching into orbit. In 3, 2, 1. The music is so fucking epic with this right now. You guys are missing out. Now, don't worry. I am in the process of obtaining a capture card so that I can stream my PS5 directly to YouTube with camera and Spotify overlay. Alright? And when we're able to do that, you guys will be able to hear the active soundtrack at all times. Okay, 400 meters per second achieved. Beginning gravity turn. Also, with the nose cone, it blocks more view. I can see a lot out of this. Okay, orienting to 90 degrees. Preparing for booster separation. It sounds great. Booster separation in 3, 2, 1. Main engine cutoff. Booster separation. Complete. Alright. Fantastic. Current apoapsis is sitting at 171,000 kilometers. Or, sorry, just 171 kilometers. The other number would be way too many kilometers. Pushing forward to 175. Perfect. Alright. And we are going to jettison our shielding. Welcome to space, boys. Alright. Going to orient ourselves to the horizon and advance to our apoapsis. And if you ever forget which one's the taller one, right? Apoapsis is apoapsis. Aha. Now you'll never forget again. And periapsis is bury your ass in the dirt because it's down. Okay. Here we are. Lights on for maximum cinematic value. Posing for a screenshot. Okay. Advancing to apoapsis. Now, if we burn exactly at the apoapsis and prograde, we're not going to adjust our apoapsis, and instead we're going to be able to bring that periapsis up directly. Okay. Alright. Why are you doing this to me? Give me back control of my craft, you son of a bitch. There we go. Oh, I love Keygen Church. This is one of my favorite songs by them. Alright, we are burning. Well on our way to a normalized orbit. Come on, man. Alright. Yeah, fucking another train, I know, right? 200,000. Okay, let's try to up that a little bit. Okay. You know, it's the worst thing ever. Fuck. Fine, 300,000 is. I know, right? The brown streak just going by. Sometimes on console, I don't know what it is, but I'll lock myself out of my controls that I have to slide across the touchpad to get control of my gimbals and steering again. It's the most annoying thing ever. I don't want 200,000 for my height. I really don't. But it's fine. Let's just jettison this. I think I attached the might the wrong way. I think that's what the problem is. So it's cool. I think that's working. It mostly worked. It's a work in progress. Doesn't matter. Okay, it did matter because that engine broke again. So we're getting rid of the might. Sorry guys, I thought it would be cool. We don't need it. We'll just double up on Zaperatrons instead. Sometimes you gotta know when to hold them and you gotta know when to fold them. And we are folding the fuck out of them right now. We are doing laundry, boys. Okay. Six. Oh my god, you're so right. The might was attached to the decoupler. Fuck, okay. Next is Gustav Holst Mars, Bringer of War. I like it. Undo. Alright. I think you're right. I think these are all attached to the decoupler. And then that speed breaks the decoupler. Thank you for pointing out that fucking fatal flaw. You saw what I was trying to do and you helped me resolve it. We are engineers. Okay. Bring you. No. No, go back. You. Come here. 1, 2. There we go. Bring you in. Okay. Perfection. And then you. You know, I don't really know that we need to. I don't think we need the mite, but we want the mite. We want 2 mites, actually. All that hard work, we might as well, you know. Wait, no, that's not. That's the roundy side. I don't want the roundy side. Give me the flat one. There we go. Is this from something? This song that you've put on here? It's very good. Mite-tastic. Okay, that should work better. But let's try it. Are you going to use that in your Beyond Earth series as well? Okay, I think it's going to work. Mites. Yeah, I think that's going to work. Savecraft. I mean, it should work, right? I mean, why wouldn't it work? Or it'll just do it again. Now I want to go watch this movie. Where can I watch the right stuff? I don't want to get Apple TV. Like, I really, really don't. Like, I want to, but, like, I don't want the additional subscription. Okay. Here we go again. Oh, there you go. Yar, matey. I don't have a site for movies. However, I do have a site for anything and all things animated and anime. That is absolutely free. Wait, when did this movie come out? '83. Preparing for booster separation. Main engine cut off. Boosters separating. Booster separated. That with the violence. Look at the violence. Okay. Approaching atmospheric limit. Preparing for fairing deletion. Alright. There we are. Let's tip down. Lights on for maximum cinematic value. Did anybody notice that Jeslyn called in sick to work today? Fucking Jeslyn! Okay. Advancing to the apoapsis. It's fine. Burning for orbit. As soon as we get this into its proper orbit, I will do as promised and I will read one of my poems. We're almost there. All right. I'm going to save here. And if that engine detonates, I'm going to deactivate the mine. Preparing for main engine separation. Oh my god. Separation indeed. That's gonna... look at that fucking mess I gotta clean up. I'm gonna have to go all the way to the fucking tracking station and individually fucking terminate those fucking... Jesus Christ. Yeah. It was a fun idea, but you know, it just wasn't... it's not feasible at this stage. What the fucking mess? We're gonna have orbital ants. You want orbital ants? That's how you get orbital ants. Okay. At least we still have our engine attached. Right? That's good. I realize though we don't fucking need it at all. Like not even a little. Like not even part of it. Like we didn't need this and we didn't need this. Right? We definitely don't fucking need these. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We could launch up. If I leave this attached, no, because there's no way to take fuel out of that. I'd say we could leave it as it is, and we could take fuel out of it, and that could act as an escape pod. And I like that. Okay. Well, what's a little fucking wasted resources? This is just a floating it's a gas station. It's like if space is a desert, this is gonna be that one little fucking store, you know, that little gas station with the fucking roller hot dog that's been on there for 6 goddamn years and it's just shriveled and wrinkled, you know, like your great aunt. You know, like that's what this could be. This could be that gas station in the middle of fucking nowhere. I think that's what it's gonna be. Goodbye, gas station. Why did I even bother putting a decoupler there? Oh my god. What's wrong with me? Okay. Alright, so let's get rid of that one. That worked. Cool. More mess. This is fine. And it's also a cute little spaceship. Okay. Well, we're here in orbit. All right, so now that we know, we're just going to skip to the good part. Okay. We are going to set this thing up to deorbit. The way we're going to do that is we are going to angle ourselves retrograde. All right, this is an emergency maneuver we're performing right here. Excuse me. I think we accidentally sent too much gas to space. Or was it part of the plan all along? Okay. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. I need to use the restroom. God, she's pretty, isn't she? Look at that. Wait, that's not a space station. That's a reorbitable deep space ship. Look at that. It's refuelable. Look at that. So I launch something up. I fill it back full of fuel. How far? Somebody tell me how far this craft with that much delta V can get. If it was fully fueled in orbit right now. It's got to be a lot. It's got to be far. Definitely. Duna, probably. Hell yeah. Uranus. Fuck yeah. Okay, so we had a catastrophic issue with... Oh, are we in the atmosphere? How long was I gone? No, we're not. Okay. All right, so we had a catastrophic issue with our system here. So did we make orbit? We did make orbit. Okay. So we are going to orient ourselves retrograde. It's a very special maneuver that we're doing. This is the greatest song you could have put on right now. This is the docking scene from Interstellar, right? The song? Well, you did good. All right, so what we're going to do is we have to deorbit this. I think so. Yep. We have to deorbit this. And we have to do it in such a way that these engines get burning with us still on it, because this has no means of control itself. If we disconnect from it, it's dead, right? No, it's necessary. So what we have to do is we have to ignite these engines on a deorbit burn. And after those ignite, we need to ignite our own engines to escape from this craft. What that means is we're not going to have enough engine push to split from this craft. We're not going to be faster than it. Look at that monstrous double-barrel beast. No. We're going to have to fall to the side of it. We're going to have to angle ourselves using our reactive thrusters, whatever gimbal we have, excuse me, to push ourselves out of the way of the Aphira. And we have to do that without taking any damage, with no assistance. This is the highest stakes mission that Jomar has ever undertaken for the Kerran Empire. Prepping for maneuver. There's no time. It's necessary. All right. So let's set this up. We want our next stage to do this process for us. So our next stage, let's see, we need to, if we're going to get it to deorbit, this tank is almost empty. If we're going to get it to deorbit, it's going to have to draw from this tank too. So we're going to enable crossfeed on that. Okay, that's going to give us a little bit of fuel in these engines. Okay. Come on, TARS! Come on, TARS! All right, so we're going to activate these engines. What needs to happen at the same time, or maybe in a separate stage, we have to deactivate the very destructive, defunct, and the whole reason we're doing this, Separatrons and twin mite boosters that we just should never fucking used in the first place. Right? So we have to deactivate that stage. And we essentially have to reprogram our computer in flight to perform this maneuver and hope that we can get out of the way. So I'm going to program these engines down. These mainsails, I'm going to program them down 50% power. All right? 50% power. It's going to slow them down a little bit, but that's essentially going to still be the same power as a single mainsail. And pushing this much weight, that's, yeah. So that's done. I've defused the inner rocket motors. All right. Mainsails are going to activate. We need to defuse this decoupler so that it doesn't fire, because we need this unit to maintain intact. So this is drawing fuel from this. So we're going to reroute auxiliary power and circumvent the bicorporal stasis field and break the lockout with a hard route workaround to get this fuel to these engines. All right, so that's done. And we want this to separate us. All right, we're going to override main axis inputs and outputs on these connectors here. And we're going to divert hierarchy to the Bingus sector. All right, here we go. Diverted. Okay, and then we're going to create a power cascade. Yes, okay. This should work. This should work. All right, those are going to separate. That's going to be the breakaway. Okay, so this is the breakaway shot right here. All right, we'll have a small window of opportunity through the excessive force that's going to be fired when this decoupler hits, in conjunction with these decouplers hitting at the same time. So we're gonna do a quantum overload on the circular refrigerator. Here we go. This one right here. Yep. I can see the code. I'm almost in. I'm in. Okay. Now, let's see here. This is going to fire here. Synchronizing. Okay. Synchronized. And now we reroute. Okay. It's done. When I execute this program, we will have exactly 5 seconds. A 5-second window to perform this maneuver. Here we go. This is KS1. Emergency critical SOS. Mission control, do you read? Mission control. This is Joe Moore Kerman. Board KS1, Imperial High Command. We managed to get our comms up, suffering critical mission flaw. Jeslyn just Snapchatted me the workaround. I think I can handle it. Permission to attempt the Jeslyn maneuver. Say again, Mission Control. Permission to perform the Jeslyn. Copy that, Mission Control. Initiating the Jeslyn maneuver. Copy that. Defogging the windows. There we go. Okay. All right. Orienting retrograde. Lining up. We are in position for the Jeslyn maneuver. On your word. All right, did it work? Did it work? Scans indicate that the unit is spinning rapidly. Getting a reading. Getting a reading. Confirmed. 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 Jeslyn maneuver was successful. Nuclear main engine unit will burn up in atmosphere. Will burn up in atmosphere. But what about you, Jeslyn? Can you remake your orbit? Periapsis dropped down to 29,000 meters. I'm unsure if I can do it, but I will try. Joe Moore. I meant Joe Moore. I think I can do it. We have full tanks, testing engines. We do have engine function. I'm gonna try to orient or prograde or retrograde. No, prograde. We're gonna try to alter this. Currently, apoapsis is 177. Periapsis is 28. I may be able to change the angle of our orbit to resolve this. I may not. Let's. Okay, we're gonna angle down halfway between prograde and radial in, 90 degrees. This should. No, go 90 degrees. No, it is definitely the Jeslyn maneuver. Jeslyn Snapchatted from the toilet back in the KSC because she stayed there. Okay. Command, this is Joe Moore. I have successfully avoided re-entry. Current apoapsis 192, periapsis 137. Good job, Joe Worth. Well, the Jeslin maneuver was successful. We've separated from the malfunctioning Ephira drive unit, and we have achieved our designated orbit. While currently small, this forms the seed of the grand palace in the sky that will be KS1, the seat of the imperial power, presence of the Emperor in orbit, and high command to oversee all Kerran operations. Get into the light. We are going to normalize at 200,000 kilometers. That will be the official positioning of KS1. Forever and forever. Okay. Okay, increasing periapsis. Okay. Going to... Come on. Go. Going to orient retrograde. Try to tick that down a little bit. Okay. Alright, 2,000.641 kilometers. 200, sorry, not 2,000. Okay, going to advance to our apoapsis. And we're going to do micro adjust that to get to as close to 200,000 as possible. We're not going to bother getting exactly 200,000 just because natural drift is going to change that no matter what. Okay. Okay, we're going to orient retrograde. Wait, no, we're going to orient prograde. Okay. There we go. Gonna get that. Thank you very much. And we are going to get that to perfect orbit. Perfect orbit. Let's check the angling. Let's see here. In relation to, we are 91 degrees heading. Okay. In relation to moon, set as target. We are 1.7, and I want to be on the same plane as the moon because we're going to. This is going to be the halfway point between here and moon, and we're going to have large craft that travel from moon to here. So let's advance to our descending node. I think if it's descending, I want to ascend it, so I go to not that one. This one, I think. Yes. Okay. Gonna get that to exactly 0, then we're gonna be orbiting the same plane as the moon. Okay. We're gonna go here and get that adjusted. Okay. And we're gonna go descending now. Okay, we're on the same orbital plane as the moon now. Okay, there we are. And then we're going to refix our orbit. So we're going to hit our periapsis. And now, once this is in frame, I'm going to, as promised, read the poem. There are 11 people here. This is an original writing by me. If it resonates with you, that is what I want the most. And if it doesn't, well, thanks for listening. Okay. Oh. Retrograde. Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Okay. Who's ready? Awesome. Okay. She's so ready. By the time that I could write the most exquisite worded sight, my hand would ache to tell you of the next. The eyes that rolled to stories told by minds that couldn't wait to hold a final draft of future's perfect end. To flip the pencil time again, spitting planes that I ascend, I always end up further than I was. But truth be told, I'm getting old, and every future always folds into my palms with tears I'll never hold. I call that one Weaver. Thank you for coming to my stream today. I appreciate that. We're not done yet. No, we're just getting started. This is the seed. Thank you, Bean. This is the seed of Kerran High Command. Now you will notice its design. It's small. It's not large. This isn't the whole space station. Thank you, Sikar. I really do appreciate that. I have plenty more, but if you want to hear another poem, I need 20 people on the stream at one time. I've been writing since I was your age, Bean. I have not touched the queue. I promise you. If you have a song, it might have glitched, it might have accidentally got skipped by somebody else. If your song's not playing and you know it's supposed to, throw it in the queue. I don't care what we listen to, I just don't like listening to the same thing twice. That's the rule. All right. So she is in position. Joe Moore, you've done very well for the Empire. And I know you're new, and I know you're inexperienced, but I'm proud of you. I would like you to be promoted. I will talk to who I need to do to make sure that happens. Please put in the official log of the history of the Kerran Empire that Joe Moore was the first to perform in the Kerran Empire to perform the Jeslyn maneuver. And she is a hero that not only saved us a decent amount of money, not having to do this all over again and hire somebody new because the first one died, but of making us, of reminding us just how capable we are, the Kerran Empire, where when we put our mind to it, no matter how difficult and complicated it may seem, it fucking works, and there's beauty in that. And that's why you're here, and that's why we like to play KSP with Moon, the Kerran Empire. All right, enough advertisement. But if you are just joining us, or you just checked into the stream, or you sneezed, tripped, fell over, hit your head, and this is just what happened to be playing when you woke up, please be sure to head over to the Kerran Empire Discord. I want to conscript you to be part of my empire. If you join the Kerran Empire Discord, you will be allowed to compete in challenges. Those challenges include photography contests. Those challenges include design contests. Those challenges include records and official records. And we have both records for vanilla, pure, and PC modded, right? They are separate records, but they are records all the same. So you will be able to compete with people to have those. And in addition to that, you get to see me, you get advance notice when we're doing our streams, and you get to read up all the fun and amazing info and screenshots that people post to that. So please, all you have to do, go to the linked comment, the pinned comment in the YouTube comments, join the Kerran Empire Discord. And I promise you, together, we're going to do great things. I think there may be a second thing I was going to say, but that was the main thing. And that's really the takeaway that we have from here. That you're a cool person, you're here, and you want to be an even cooler person, and head over there. Alright, so this is here. Now, Joe Moore, to receive your promotion, you gotta come back down here. I'm not coming up there. You gotta come back down here. So what, oh yes, please be sure to like the video. Like, obviously you like it because you're here, but sometimes we forget to click it, right? What doing that does, it's not for me, right? I don't get off on seeing mountains of likes. YouTube barely notifies me anyway when I get likes. They do notify me of comments on videos after the fact, but anyway, I don't care about the likes. What I care about is that your like will tickle the undercarriage of the algorithm. And the algorithm will be like, oh, people like things over here, huh? And maybe I'll send more people. Because the algorithm is fucking hungry, all right? Your clicks feed it. So please, if you click like, that will tell the algorithm that, hey, this is a cool thing that people are enjoying, and I want to be relevant as a company, and I want people to come to my service and click on cool things. I want people to be engaged, right? The algorithm takes your like and it says, cool, we're gonna throw out a couple other likes. They're like bets, right? So when the algorithm throws out likes, it wants to see a return on its investment. It is taking your attention and it is putting you towards something that you want to absorb. The problem with the algorithm and what it tries to avoid to do, it tries to avoid giving your attention to something you don't want to do, because what happens when you see something you don't want to see? Well, what would happen if a grown man whipped his dick out in front of you? You'd fucking turn away. You'd freak out. You would probably not want to go to that daycare ever again. So the algorithm wants to make sure that your views, your eyes, your brain are seeing something that you enjoy, so you want to stay, right? You want to stay here. So click that like. More people are going to come here, and we're going to save a lot of people from seeing a lot of unnecessary dicks, both metaphorically and possibly really. One thing I'll guarantee, you're never going to see mine here. I can't promise the same thing for all of the other things you could possibly be doing on YouTube right now. It's the internet, it's a dangerous place. So come here, be safe, have fun, and join the Kerran Empire Discord and like. Now, subscribing, well, that just means you actually think I'm cool. But appreciate that. Anyway, continuing on. Joe Moore, as your emperor, I would like to officially recognize your achievements. And I would like, yes, for the Kerran Empire. I'm acting, come on, hold on. more, Kerman. I would like to officially congratulate you on your victory. It was so important to our mission to put that space station to the sky. I would like to recognize you with a ceremony, a feast, and possibly some extra launches. But I gotta have you come down here first. The reason being, I'm not coming up there. Right? I don't know how you're gonna get down here. That's not my department. But I'm gonna put my best people on it. So sit tight. We're coming to get you. All right. So, Jormamu. Joman. Jomore. I don't remember her name. Anyway, Jay in space. She is going to hang out for a bit. We instead are going to build the beans. The Emperor has commanded that we must build a craft to go get Joe Mama from space. So, well, we don't have a lot of things that go to space. We have two things right now, really, that go to space. Joe Moore. Joe Less, Joe Moore, Joe just about right. Doesn't matter. We have two things right now that go to space, officially. Well, we have three things that move. We have a plane, right? The KA-2A, which is adorable, but and you know, the rite of passage to join our ranking system on the Discord. You'll get a rank. It's great. And then we have what you just saw, launch. But our most successful way of getting up into orbit is the MSV-2E. MSV-2E has satellites on it, and we don't need those satellites. You do want a rank, do you, table? Well, we'll have to make it happen. If you want to have a rank, you'll start off as Petty Officer 3rd Class. No, you start off as Cadet. Sorry. You start off as Cadet. Everybody's Cadet. But if you want to receive an officer's rank, officers are the coolest of the cool people in the Discord in the Kerran Empire. They're the motivated, dedicated, willing to sweat for their emperor. What you'll need to do is build the KA-2A. And while we're talking about the KA-2A, I will put it on the screen. Oh, she's beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the KA-2A, the Empire's premier luxury reconnaissance jet. For the low price of 15,365 K dollars. K dollars. Currency. What's our currency? Hold on. I'm making it up on the fly. It's coins with a K. Nah. Yeah, that's our official money. Cucks. That's funny. Highly inappropriate, but funny. No, it's gonna be coins. Koins. What the fuck else would it be? Right? Alright. So for the low price of 15,365 coins, the KA-2A can be yours. Equipped with state-of-the-art thermostat thing and pressure reader. Your friends and neighbors will love your KA-2A for its ultra-silent Juno engines. 4 of them powers you up to a decent speed, of which I can't remember. On top of that, you'll have noticed it has all forward-facing landing gear. But the real thing that really sticks out about the KA-2A is its unique design. You've got a 3-wing setup here. 1 vertical, 1 to each side. It's a highly maneuverable airplane. Let's take her out for a test drive and see how she flies. The KA-2A is the premier reconnaissance, luxury reconnaissance jet for all your early game needs. You'll probably use it 2 or 3 times flying over to that mountain or that body of water to get a little tiny bit of science that never actually pays off and you could have just done it any other way. But you did it. You did it, you go-getter. You hard worker. You believer in yourself. The KA-2A will fly you over there somewhere. You're not gonna go far. It's not a go far plane, but that's fine, right? If I can get the brakes to activate, that's fine. She does what she needs to do, and the fact of the matter is, whether you like it or not, this is what it takes to be an officer in the Kerran Empire. Yes, your entry into the ranks of the military above cadet, petty officer 3rd class. All you must do is create your own version of the KA2A. There are so few rules with this challenge, it just kinda has to look like it. You can take your time and make it as an accurate reproduction as much as you want, or you can slap something together, say it kind of looks like it, and it will probably count too. Your effort is your calling card. So with the KA2A, what you'll do is you'll get onto the Discord. You'll see that I have posted some screenshots that give excellent angles of this aircraft. And you will then be tasked with creating your own. When you have created your own KA2A, you will send a picture of you'll send a picture of your KA2A to the Discord to be added to the special KA2A dedicated channel. With access to the KA2A dedicated channel, you'll be able to see all the other KA2As of the Empire. In fact, every member of the Kerran Empire that is above cadet rank has their own version of the KA2A. And how do we know? We actually keep a registry of every single KA2A. Now, there will occasionally be missions where I will give missions out to the people. And anybody who has the qualifying equipment for said mission can compete, right? So, for instance, if I say, all right, Kerran Empire, this week's challenge will be to take your KA2A and land it on top of the VAB, right? The challenge, you'll have an entire week to record yourself doing that. Maybe it's not that, but you'll have an entire week to record yourself attempting, completing this challenge. So, think about it, play with it. All you got to do, it's like a 30-second video. Sometimes it's just a screenshot, right? And you're going to submit that to the Discord. So you've done the work, you've got your KA2A, you've landed on top of the VAB, and you are submitting it to the Discord. Well, what's going to happen next? At the end of the week, oh yeah, you can modify it. The KA2A this is what a KA2A is, right? So if you can look at me dead in the fucking face and say, Moon, this is a KA2A, and it looks enough like it, yeah. But go onto the Discord, I'm telling you. Go onto the Discord, you'll see everybody else's KA2A. Everybody's got their own little flavor, and that is the point of the KA2A, is that this is your plane, right, with your flavor and your twist. Now what we'll do then is we'll register your KA2A. Right? Once you've posted a picture of it, we've confirmed it, you'll register. You'll get an official registry number. If you've got mods, you can actually put that registry number on your tail. It'll look awesome, great for screenshots, and you'll have it. But if you go back to the challenge, if you complete the challenge and you actually were to, land on top of the VAB with your KA2A, your post will be submitted with everyone else who, entered the challenge. And at the end of the week, we will hold a vote by the entire community for who made the best video, right? And it's 100% popular vote, right? Everybody votes. And the winner of that vote, not only do they get a rank up in our 30-tier, you heard me right, 30-tier military structure and hierarchy. Cadet at the bottom, Imperial High Commander at the top, right? Not only will you get ranked up, you'll get to decide what the challenge is next time. Now, you'll work with me or another moderator to make sure it's an acceptable challenge. But once your challenge has been approved, you or one of our official challenge referees will do all the work on the Discord. They will get the challenge put up. They will let them know what the stakes of the challenge are, and we'll do it all again the next week. And you can't compete in your own challenge, But you do, get to really set up. I'm going to stop Spotify. Hold on. There we go. Anyway, so yeah, I hope I properly explained what was going, what I mean by the challenges and the KA2A and, what it's going to take. Do you have any questions? Fuck. That would have just been too fucking perfect, right? Oh! Perfect landing. If somebody's gonna clip that, let's clip it in such a way that it looks like we'll fix it in post. We'll fix it in post. All right, so revert flight to spaceplane hangar. Went on a tangent about the K2A, the challenges, and the benefits of being one of the coolest people in the world by joining the Discord. Let's go back to the task at hand. So we have Joe Moore, stuck up in orbit right now. The Emperor has commanded that we are to return Joe Moore for the promotion ceremony. Problem is, we don't really have a way to getting up to where Joe Moore is. Now, we could launch another one of those, but that seems incredibly wasteful. And if the whole reason we're celebrating Joe Moore's promotion is because she saved the Empire a lot of money by unfucking the unfuckable. Wait. Yeah, you know what I mean. It would kind of take away from that if we spent as much money doing it. So we need to save some money. The MSV-2E has proven itself is a highly capable single stage cheap to orbit plane. Cool. But we don't need to launch satellites. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of steal from this design a little bit. And by steal from this design, we're going to create a new lineage. So this is the multi-satellite vector 2 variant E, right? MSV2E. This is what it does. MSV, multi-satellite vector. 2E, this is the second generation of this craft. The fifth iteration. Second generation, fifth iteration, right? So the E represents its 5 reworks, tweaks, adjustments that got us to this, right? E, so A, B, C, D, E, all right? MSV2E, this right here is this right here, right? There could be 100 of them with different names, but it's still going to be MSV2E. What we're going to do is create a new lineage. And what I mean by a new lineage is we are going to take what makes this craft. Think of like a Theseus's boat situation. We're going to take what makes this craft, and we're going to repurpose it. So, clipped. I can't tell if you're saying like you're clipping this because it's good quality entertainment, or you're making fun of me for clipping things into things. I don't know which one it is. I'm choosing to believe that you think I'm cool, but I know it's really the other one. Anyway, so what works on this craft? Why does this craft work? We have to ask ourselves. What do we want to take into our next craft, right? Well, this craft works because of its shape, right? That's one of the reasons it works. Can anybody name another reason that it works? One of the reasons. So we want to kind of maintain its general shape, okay? So, I'm going to rename this craft. We have to understand what its purpose is. This is going to be a multi-personnel vector, right? We're going to keep the 2, right? We're going to keep the 2. I don't know what avant-garde means, but it sounds sexy. We're going to keep the 2 because it's the second generation of its lineage, right? But we're going to give it an F, all right? Because it is the next iteration of the previous model, right? So that's how my naming system works. when I do all of this, if you want to decode what the letters in my ship's names are, that is what it means. So multi-personnel vector 2. That is multi as in more than one, personnel as in people, vector as in means of transport or means of movement. 2F. Okay? It is experimental. Nothing is proven yet, right? It has not received a new iteration of itself, right? It is experimental. We will drop the X when it is functional and known to be functional, right? So, what works? The drive unit. Breaking traditions. Kerbin, what are you talking about, KDF? I don't know if you're... Oh, cool, thank you. I don't know if you're responding, KDF. Okay. It's XMPV2F. The 3 engines. Oh. I don't know. Anyway, so what works? The 3 engines, right? Sorry. The launch, right? The fins, the maneuverability, the landing gear. This craft, we want to keep as much of this as possible. Easiest way to do that is to remove the parts we don't need, right? And replace them with the ones that we do. So, we have 2 ways of going about this. I can take this nose cone off of here, right? Take this part right here so we don't lose it. Very important that you keep the parts. At least for me, I try to keep the parts and not throw them away, because then I know what to put back on. Okay, this landing gear, it's gonna go here. Now we don't need to launch satellites anymore. Not for this craft. So we're gonna take that. Take off these. Now I do have these saved as a sub-assembly. There's a left-hand version and a right-hand version. It's very important just based on their function and shape and how they fit into that Mark II bay like that. In fact, I'm going to probably make a whole video on that craft at some point. So we don't need this here. A wise man once told me that putting parachutes on the front of your airplane is finding out what it's like to throw a stick in your bicycle tire. Okay, so set this here. Now, what do we need? Well, we need the ability to dock, right? We absolutely need the ability to dock if we want to dock with the station. So, let's see here. We are going to add... Nope. Coupling. We're going to throw this one right here. Okay? We want to be able to dock to the station, and that's how we're going to dock to the station. All right, so I'm going to leave that open so I know I need to do something with it. Now, technically, if we were to... Let me get rid of those satellites. Now that's clipping. That would be so cheap. Okay. Take that. Take that. Get rid of the KCal. Okay. Alright. So technically, this is all we need to get up there. I mean, we need RCS and stuff like that, and we're going to be adding that next. And technically, this is all we need. And so for the first rendition of this, we have an option, right? So I want to keep this interceptor variant in mind, right? Let's talk about some pros and cons. Pro, it technically does what we needed to do. We send a one-man craft, can go up, dock, or two-man craft, and go up, dock to the station, swap out personnel, or leave, just take one and not leave one there, and then come back. That's fine. But what are we doing to future-proof the design? I like to get to a point in Kerbal where I don't have to build a new ship every time I want to do something. That's different than the last thing that I did. I don't want to have to upgrade a ship every 2 missions because I need to do more and more of what I've been doing. So I want to future-proof it a little bit. And if this ship's purpose is to move people, then the best way to future-proof it is to add a higher capacity of people. Right? Think about it like you're moving water from one pond to another. All right? Now, at first, you gotta move water. You absolutely need to move water. You have to move water, or your life fucking depends on it. So you get a little 1-gallon bucket, and you pick it up from the first pond, and you put it into the second pond, right? Pick up the water, put it in the pond. That's fine. But now you need more water. Do you want to keep running that 1-gallon bucket back and forth? No, you do not. You're gonna be happy that you started this whole thing with a 5-gallon bucket. You built your engines based on a 5-gallon or a 5 Kerbals, right? You built your craft based on 5 Kerbals. Everything. Why the fuck is Bob Ross streaming KSP? You guys are mean. God. So long story short, I want to make this a 5-person craft. Now, I could make it look like this, right? This is about the same size of what we had previously, and I bet if I check the weight, it'd be about the same weight. And technically speaking, we, that's really all we needed to do. So, what makes this ship iconic, right? Well, one of the things that makes the ship iconic and recognizable as what it is this central cockpit, right? So with this central cockpit here, even though I've changed out the function, it is very clearly still of that same design pattern. Thus, lineage, right? So that's what we're going to do. We are going to take this craft, tweak it just a little bit to have functionality with what we're trying to do, put it up, do the job. And then we have successfully created the first iteration of this lineage, this branch, right? This line, if you will. Lineage, line. Like it comes from a proud line of fighter aircraft, comes from a proud line of ships, right? Lineage. And that's how we explain that. Now, I'll tell you, I already have design set in mind for the next generation, which may move the cockpit style. Because I was thinking that maybe... I'll show you what I was thinking. Hold on. Okay. So this looks cool, obviously. Right? It looks fucking sexy, because it looks exactly like the last one did, except it does a different thing. The bay opens differently and it holds people instead of satellites. Oddly enough, the same amount of people as satellites, but... And it's shooting them out of a fucking cargo bay door. Oh my god, it's the same thing! Okay. But I was thinking that maybe it would look cool with this one up front instead, and we take this one out. But I just think that it would absolutely change what craft it is, though, right? Like that's not the same craft, right? If you imagine that that's not there, that doesn't look the same, right? Right? That's different. That's more like an SR-22 than anything else. So all those changes I made to this, it still looked like this craft, but that changed a lot of it. So that's just a brief glimpse into the creative process behind what I'm building here. So let's make it sure it's rigid. Okay. It's so rigid. Rigid. Okay, good. Rigid. Okay, good. Okay. Let's check our center of mass versus our aerodynamic overlay. Absolutely unchanged from previously, right? It's the same thing. We've changed out the function. Okay. And later on, what you'll see is you'll see me start building ships with a hole for function. And then I make pods that can slide in and lock in for function. Think of it like flying a VCR and your cargo is a VHS tape. Okay. Yummy song. Are you teaching someone? I'm teaching everyone. What do you mean am I teaching? What does that mean? Am I teaching someone? Am I teaching you? Are you learning? Okay. So, what are some things that we need to make sure we are taking care of here? Well, now that we have to dock, we suddenly have to be a lot more fucking nimble and acrobatic. Well, that's good, Table. I'm learning things about you too. Is that cherry hardwood or walnut? I see. That's not mahogany, is it? You dirty spruce. Okay. There we go. All right, so we need to be able to maneuver in space now in 3 dimensions, unlike how we have been doing with engines. You taught me how the ranking works in your upgrade system. Thank you. You taught me that 4 legs is better than 3, and that if I fold over a piece of cardboard, I can stick it under one of them to prevent an unnecessary wobble. Slap RCS on. Exactly. Thank you, Table. So, RCS thrusters. Well, what do we want to do? We want to look at our center of mass here. Understand that it's not going to change too dramatically. And we want to make sure that we can push directly off of that. Right? So we're going to put this here. Right? That's going to let us shoot towards whatever we're trying to dock with. We're going to put another one right here. Right? And then we're going to put another one right. Oh, come here. Camera angles. I'm going to switch that to toggle snap. When you turn off the snap, you actually also lose the face grid pattern, which is not round and like it's hard to work with. But if you turn it on if you turn it on the free placement like that with the circle, you can actually match the skin with most things. So it's a useful tool, just finicky. I'm going to put that there. Okay, I am going to lose these. I don't want to use that type of fuel for movement in space. You can't fucking bird. Okay, is that all of them? Yeah, that's all of them. Moon Age Daydreams. Y'all got good taste in music. And good taste in streamers. Okay. So, these are going to stabilize us on this axis. These two are going to stabilize us on this axis. Right? Now we want to be able to move on this axis. Alright, so I'm going to pay attention to where my center of mass is. And I'm going to place these smartly in an area around that. And what's going to look best? Well, This will look best. Yes. Okay. And then we need some up front to balance that. And we'll put those right behind the comms array. I want to in a little bit. Yeah, but not a lot of it. What is that? R1 and left and right. Okay. Toggle snap off. I am the Bob Ross of spaceships. Is that what you were saying? I just got it. Look how fucking sexy that looks, right? This looks fucking... That's fucking great. We love that. Everybody liked that. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Now we need to do the underside for these ones that we placed. So we're just gonna use that little natural hole for what it's good for and stick a little RCS thruster in there. It's not the size of the thruster, it's how you use it, right? Like they don't have much power, so you really want to work that leverage into it. Is bro slow? Why did it take him 69 years to figure it out? I guess I have a hard time thinking people would like the stuff that I do because streaming and sharing this with people is a new thing for me. This moment of vulnerability brought to you by Brondo, the Thirst Mutilator. Oh. There we go. That looks fucking sexy. My God. All right, so now we've got... Oh, one more to do. Actually, I don't think we even need these. It has electrolytes. It's got what plants crave. Why would there be 20 people in our collective server? The inside joke is that Moon sucks, and it's fun to make fun of him. No, I'm glad you guys are here. I'm having a good time with it. All right, so now we need fronty backies, right? Fronty backies, mucho importante. Okay, muy importante. So we're gonna do fronties first. Right? We want to move frontwards. We're gonna relocate our drogue chutes. That would be like the worst fucking thing to ever happen. Don't even joke like that. Alright, drogue chutes are being relocated. We're moving the low-income housing into a different part of town so we can bring in the luxury RCS housing. Look at that. Look at that. Property values just went up. Upper middle class only. Okay, now we need to go this way. How will we do that, you say? Do you think he gets around? How are we gonna... How... Ah. Duh. Absolute fucking perfection. Cool. And Moon saw that it was good. Oh, wait. Yes, the Beach Boys song is playing. I asked if you thought he got around. Alright, we're going to add another one of these. And R1 and left and right. L1, R1, left and right. Come on, get in there. Fucking get on it. Okay. Wait a fucking second. KDF, what did you mean by I was breaking tradition? I don't understand. Did I offend you? Get firmly grasp it. Oh my god. Oh, it's done. Okay. So now, how can we make this better? Well, one thing that previous iterations did not have was external lighting. And I think it's about time we started showing off how fucking gorgeous our ships are. Right? We make pretty stuff here. Lights on for maximum cinematic value. And who are we, right? Well, we should probably fucking let them know. We are the Kerran Empire. But we're not that one. We're maybe this one? Good old KDF. Okay. I chose this flag because I am Moon. But it's all of you who put the parts together to make it work. It's the Kerran Empire. We are all, and we are all together. The breaking tradition was just part of the definition of avant-garde. Oh, I thought you were talking about the way I was naming shit. I'm like, what do you mean? I said K-Def, because it's KERBIN Defense Force, right? So K-Def, KERBIN Defense, K-Def, right? Okay, we like the way that looks, but how can we make it better? Mayhaps, maybe size. Oh yeah, that's a keeper. Is it even on straight? Yeah, I think it is. Okay. One more rotate. Yes, add the song, please. One more rotate. Uh, 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 uh. Okay, I want to line some lines up. Is Jeb on the Spotify? I'm not sure. Come on, get on there. Oh my god. Come on. There we go. There we go. Okay. Actually, guys, I fucking hate that. Sorry. Hey, Cigar, how you doing? Okay, maybe a different light. This light. Okay, lights on. Zip that. I don't know if that other one would work, but why is that sticking up? Up, down, up, down. Okay. Wait. Left, right, left, right. Okay. There we go. That may be acceptable if I can get the right angle out of it. Yeah, that's acceptable. We'll do that. Okay. Then stick it on a doubler. Okay. Adjust her down. I think we can do a full adjust, maybe? No. Okay, like that. Is that flag touching? Yes, okay. And we need to adjust the position. Every time I add that second one, I find a reason not to have it there. That's so fucking funny. Okay. Adjust this. I think we're gonna rotate it. Du hast. Left and right. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Lights off. Lights off. Okay. Du hast Baronstream. And then I very much always like to have a headlight on any docking port. That way you can see what you're doing. And a lot of people don't think about that. Okay. Do we like that section in the middle like that, or do I want to bring it out more? Like, do we like that splitting, or should I bring it out more for a solid light? Because I personally I like the split. I think it looks cool. It looks it looks natural. Do you guys like the split, or should I bring it down a little bit? Thank you. I thought so too. Okay. So that light's going to turn off, and actually we're going to go to actions, and we're going to go to lights. We're going to find this light. So this one right here, and we're going to turn that off. We don't want that here. We instead want that on the custom nine. No, 10. Custom 10. Yeah, we're going to put that on custom 10. Custom 10 is going to also toggle that. Custom 10 is also going to toggle that light. So we're going to close that. I have a whole thing. 1, science is fun. 2, stick it in you, because you collect the science into your science pod. 3, post science clarity. All right, you got to clear out all your unused experiments. 4, well, that's what solar panels are for. 5, it's like heat shield or like radiators and stuff. 5, don't burn alive. I don't remember what 6 is. I don't remember what 7 is. I don't remember what 8 is. But 9 is mine, and 10 is play it again. It's the function. That's my little mnemonic device for how I set up my unrenamable fucking custom slots. Like, how stupid is that I can't name these things, right? But it's fine. But that's my system. I would love to hear what you guys typically set yours to. Did I Pink Floyd? What? Okay, but what do you what? Hold on, my cut off. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on a second. Okay. Going back to the comments. Sorry, I got distracted. Okay, but why do you put the entire playlist? That's a mistake. I'm just playing them directly. Okay. Alright. Sorry, you weren't even talking to me? Alright. So, I think we're ready for our first test flight of the XMPV-2F. Ladies and gentlemen, that's that time again. Who will fly the XMPV-2F? America. Well, fuck. Jebediah or Valentina? We're all living in America. 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 All right. Jeb or Val? Who's going to pilot? Val, the Min-Miss veteran, or Jebediah, the guy who isn't the Min-Miss veteran? Who's going to collect Jamoni? Jeremy? Jarmon? Jujumon? I don't remember her name. Jomama. Jomore. I don't. Her. See, time's. She's fading. She's fading from my memory. We must hurry. Okay, we're gonna send Valentina. Agreed. Valentina's my favorite. Okay, here we go. And Jeslyn, you can come too because you were fucking supposed to be there. And then Jebediah, you are going to temporarily transfer to. Yeah, Jebediah is going to temporarily assume command of KS1 while we do this. Okay, and switch these. We're going to try it. We're going to see if we can link up with the KS1. Just going to do a quick rendezvous. Grab her, come back. All right, I'm putting a song on. Okay. Okay, I've added my song to the queue. Mission Control Tower, this is... What's our name again? XMPV-2F. Test flight. Taking crew of 3 up to KS1 to do a crew transfer. Requesting permission for takeoff. Copy that, tower. Full throttle. Hey, Jeb, how you doing? You're just in time to witness the maiden flight of the XMPV. This is going to be our multi-personnel vector. We're going to head up to KS1, do a crew transfer, and re-land. Gears in. Angling up to 30. I put this song on. It's a great song. Yeah. Preparing for air breathing engine cutoff. Switching imminent to oxidizer rockets. Lights on for maximum cinematic value. Such a fucking great song. I love that song. My my ex-girlfriend really liked Rammstein, like a lot. So I cannot hear Rammstein without thinking about her. She's literally such a simp for Till Lindemann. It was crazy. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Good to know. Good to fucking know. We could do better. Yes. Alright, I'm putting another song on. Who all's in here? Anybody? Now playing is The Ones by Aesthetic Perfection. Darth Vader. No, I don't know what Keller is. Thank you. Did we turn my music off? We didn't like my music? That's fine. It's all good. This is basically the same thing. No, you're fine. Well, you're good. All right. Let's see if we can do this. Sex by Rammstein. What the fuck? What are you? Aim at the. Aim at. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Sorry, guys, I'm hyper focused on driving my spaceship. Alright. We're gonna aim at the target. We're gonna fucking attempt to. Wow, we wasted a lot of fuel not. It's fine, it's fine. Where's my target? Up there? There it is. Okay. Okay. Should get decently close to it this time. Oh yeah. Okay. We've successfully matched orbits with KD1. We have 203 units of oxidizer left and 291 units of liquid fuel. I am going to save here because I am unsure if we have enough fuel to deorbit, but we're gonna see. I think we might have enough fuel to deorbit. I wasted a lot of fuel because I hit my maneuver thing wrong, but that's fine. Okay, we are going to orient towards the target. Okay, there we go. And we are going to switch to docking mode. And we are going to boost ourselves up to 1.5. And then we are going to fast forward. Slowly drifting towards KD1. KS1. Imperial High Command. The beginning of our space station. Okay, retrograde in relation to the target. Decrease speed in relation to the target. There we are. Alright, stationary in relation to KS1. Alright, initiate crew transfer. Not now. I am determining we don't have enough fuel to return, and that's okay. Because we need to upgrade our station anyway to accept any kind of docking. It doesn't currently have that capability. We are going to eject these engines, though, because we no longer require them. Okay. Undock. Undock. Okay. See you later, table. Glad you were here, buddy. Alright. So, I don't think we have enough fuel to deorbit, which is fine, because we need to upgrade at the next section of KS1. And the next section of KS1 will have docking capabilities, and there's a bunch of tasty fuel right there to bring us home. Or maybe even further. Heck, we might go to the moon, who knows? Nightstand. Okay. What do we got? How much time on the stream do we got? Sitting at 4 hours and 51 minutes already. Good God. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all manner of species in the KERBIN Empire. Kerran Empire. I'm tired. In the Kerran Empire, thank you for joining me here tonight. I think we have made tremendous progress in our goal to dominate the entire system. On tomorrow's stream, yes, I will be streaming about the same time. On tomorrow's stream, we will launch up the next section of KS1, which will give us the ability to dock to it and take fuel into this craft, perform the crew transfer, and continue forward. I'm not quite sure what other missions we have, but I do know that the big mission today was accomplished, and we got the prototype built for the MPV, which is the multi-personnel vector, and it comes from a nice lineage of craft. So I want to thank you all very much for being here. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We're looking at anywhere between 4 and 4:30 Central Standard Time. I probably won't stream as long as I did, but I hope to see you all there. Thank you very much, and you all have a great night.